disappointment. Now the vice president often tell me, since he got a seat as vice president, how many persons have I recommended in this government to serve in the government as presidential appointee? Zero. Every appointment in Nima County was done by him. He and I would discuss something as a brother. To implement it, you will bypass me and do different things. I don't talk on it.
Now you need to see us. The thing we saw, it frustrates us. So why can't you lie? Why can't you steal? Why can't you allow the citizens to be? You see, we just tell you. That's why we vote tell you. But you fool us. You screw us, you use us and later on abuse us. So why? The government should lie. Why? But that's the question that we ask.
The good person in our whole United Party, that President Bwaka. You want to say that again? The only person that appreciate good among all the United Party for that President Bwaka. The rest are ungrateful. The right, they use you and dumb you. But President Bwaka, if all of them were thinking the President Bwaka and behaving the President Bwaka, United Party will have another chance in 2029. Just for now, they don't have. They do not regard people that help them.
Three of our soldiers were executed on this party ground. 2 at the back and 1 right at the headquarters. The man who shot and killed our people today is a darling boy in the Liberia National Police. They brought him back to shoot more guns. Get ready to shoot. Because we challenge the status quo appropriately.
Inform them the violence or any student because of their action. It will be the day the entire Bwaka administration will cut down. We will massively violate the students in this country and we'll shut down the Bwaka administration. The day that happens, we have the capability to do so. And if they think this renovation project is a joke, let them try it. The fall of the Bwaka administration begin with this. If they think they will tumble on any student in this country or at the university like Boy and Walker with impunity, while our children saving opponents and logic in the Western world, while we are subjected to actual power and bad learning conditions here, and the thing will say.
In the first 100 days, no car will get stuck on a major road in this country. And I mean it.
You say it out loud?
It's going down. First floor. There you have it.
That led to decades of war still run deep. But so too does the longing for reconciliation. A reconciliation defined not by political bargaining or by an artificial balance of power by tribe, region, religion, or ethnicity, but by the equality of opportunity and a better future for all Liberians.
Bwaka can lie, the government, all the ministers in the government, they can lie. They don't put all hustle, they put hustle, they lie. Everything they say, they never say the truth.
Today, the supporters of His Excellency Joseph Bwaka presents him as a poor man from Lofa, and I said that he will understand the plight of the poor people. Fellow Liberians, do not be fooled. Vice President Bwaka is not poor like you, not even as me. As Vice President, his office received more money from the government budget than any other Vice President has received in Liberia's history. He has enjoyed some of the best and most lucrative government jobs.
First of all, there's this, what I call sort of vicious lie about the fact that Mr. Kobe is gay or bring gay lifestyle to Liberia. It's complete bullshit. When people can accuse you of stealing people's money, when they can accuse you of being involved in war, anything, people don't make up stuff. They don't make up shit. Excuse my language, right? So it's complete nonsense. I'm married, 8 Teresa, 2 children, 5 grandchildren. I believe in traditional family values, so it's complete bullshit, complete nonsense.
The young man, vice president, young man that are vice president, the major stole 500,000. I mean, Jamaica, the major went to, I forgot that Jamaica, the majors went to Ghana, the fit, and they may bring it all company in the country. I mean, Kun Ninja can reach himself. Kun man, you know, Kun, but one of the sophisticated, quiet, hardcore rule in Labro. When I remember, when
2029 come and pass, then you finally leave. Mission is completed. Now, what the rules of engagement? When the war ended, the guy said, the captain, the commander said, mission complete. There wounded out first. All men on board.
Everywhere there is no school, I will put school. And everywhere there is school and school in bad condition, I will renovate it. I told them, towns and villages, everywhere you will have lights in a town for children to play, for people to see. I told them, every town will have safe drinking water.
If Charles Taylor is the problem, he will be out of here in the twinkle of an eye. And I say, let well-meaning Liberians come home. If we respect this constitution, a government formed in Accra is a violation of Article 1 of the Constitution. Let them come home. Let that government be formed in Monrovia.
The government that capital rule, small, then rule, B rule, all kinds of place. I think the reason Joseph Baka will not do much because the old man, the papa is suffering. The papa loves the country, but he can't make it. The criminal there around him, they sophisticated than him. They are sophisticated criminals, so they can't make it.
Your league Costa, God know how to pay people. It's just simple. Costa that accused everybody but himself. Everybody, Joe, we join, we accuse Joe, he killed Joseph Baka. Baka still living. Joe, no, you leave better. He made me senator. He almost made Joseph Baka president until he screwed up. We gave God the glory. Yeah. Well, Baka, when he screwed, he said, oh, we don't want to make sure we will fought for him to be reconciled with the president. And then the people who fought for him. Look, Yoli Costa, you come. And Costa was in a podcast, he said, they don't been calling me. Okay. The time you were calling me for me to carry the president, Baka, did I put it on radio? That immaturity to do what you're talking about.
And I
no, son,
guarantee you, when we finish, there will not be a winner or the loser. Today, we all wear the jersey of Liberia. And the victory belongs to the people, to the peace, and to our democracy. As we begin to build upon the foundation of this new Liberia, I, George Seleke Kromah, the new president, will first give thanks and praises to the Almighty God for the blessing He has bestowed upon our country. And I say, my people, thank you,
We elect on 85 irresponsible men what happened to our country. We elect on 85 irresponsible men to govern this country, not to be very irresponsible.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to this edition of the Friday, the last day of the week. Today is the 24th of April. You have a few more days left for you to pay your rent or you'll be booted out. The mortgage will be due, the car note will be due, the insurance will be due. Everything is due on the first of the month, most likely. Yesterday we had a great interaction with our folks, our families and friends. We kind of reminisce about some of the good things that happened in the Republic of Liberia where we were. And many of the not so good things that have happened to us We grieved. We counseled each other. We sat on the mat. We allow our family members to wail, to roll, lie on the ground and roll and get it out of your system. Cried and beat your chest, beat your body, roll, no bar, no whole bar, just go out and let it out. And we did that yesterday. Family members of the slain government officials were on here, and we went through the processes of grief. This thing called grief affects everyone. And we all express and deal with grief differently, culturally, spiritually, religiously, traditionally. Nevertheless, grief is grief, loss is loss. If you lost a loved one, a father, a son, a daughter, a friend, yesterday we did our part to at least continue the process of healing. In the process, we opened a history class and we had a professor in Counselor Yvette Chesson Gibson. Unfiltered. So yes, this platform is established to do just that. We can argue, we can debate, as sometimes as families we scratch, we bite, we scratch, we crawl. The family tree will always bend, but it will never break. For me, yesterday was one of the very important days to actually sit across the aisle and listen to folks who are grieving. It also showed how we deal with grief differently. There may be times where we say we have accepted our fate. But our body languages and things we do and the way we talk, the way we author, the way we pause, tells us that we still have a long way to go. Yes, we know the ultimate goal is to accept what has happened. So some of us will leapfrog. We would just say, you know what, I accept it. But that's not how it works. I'm glad that when we went through the processes of grief, we agreed that at first we were in denial, like Ms. Dennis said, I just couldn't believe my eyes. I couldn't believe what my ears were hearing. But as time went on, it began to dawn upon them that this thing was real. She said at one time in the process, something that we call bargaining, you bargain with faith. She said it was our hope that someday the front door is going to be open, someone's going to knock on the door, and he's going to walk through those doors and hug me. That's bargaining, that's hope. And as time went on, that we have realized that they were not coming to knock on that door and that we were never going to hug him or her again, we began to go into depression. So notice we first denied that it cannot happen. No, that's not me. It cannot happen. My father or my mother or my brother, my sister was such a nice person. This could not happen to a nicer person. That's the denial phase. Then we begin to bargain. Then when that fails, you begin to be depressed. And then that final stage is the realization that this is never going to happen. I might as well just accept it. But you have to go through the processes. If you don't, it is almost impossible. So we dealt with that yesterday, and the people in the comment section, we all went through the processes. We began the show by asking, where were you on April 12th, and where were you on April 22nd, 10 days later? But besides that, today is a new day. We are lucky that the Almighty, most powerful Creator allow us to wake up to see another day. And another guest. Today we are going to be hosting the Honorable Jala C. Kessley, Executive Director of the Good Governance Commission. Mr. Eddie Jai Eddie says, happy to join you from Season, Weed District, Grand Bassa County. Thank you for tuning in. Well, ladies and gentlemen, he just reminded me that I have to introduce myself. I am your host, Jerome Gayman. Born in a section of Grand Bassa County called Bewin, right next door to Caesar. At the time, it was District Number 3, but it's now Electoral District Number 2. In the great county called Grand Bassa. But yes, we are going to be having our special guest today, Executive Director of the great, some people say great, some people say not so great, the Executive Director of our Governance Commission. Some people call it Good Governance Commission. Some people say, what's good about this? And we are going to be very hospitable, but the tough questions are going to be asked. Governance Commission or Good Governance Commission. The Governance Commission has been very instrumental in strengthening the practice of democratic governance in the Republic of Liberia. That's what they say. So we're going to talk about what's happening now in the Republic to see whether it is good governance. As an independent government think tank, the Governance Commission crafts public policies for purposes of good governance and has the convening authority on governance, systems and structure, as well as greater democratic issues that border on governing of the state. As a result of the Government Commission's reform and governance initiatives, the GC has reformed and created the following institutions. The MFDP, the reform was done in 2013 under the leadership and guidance of the former President Ellen Johnson Sirleaf. The Ministry of Gender, Children and Social Protection, that reform was also done in 2016 under the auspices of the former President, Her Excellency Ellen Johnson Sirleaf. Also, the Ministry of Health, that reformation also took place in 2016. Beyond that, this commission established the Liberia Revenue Authority, Internal Audit Agency, the Land Commission, the National Public Health Institute of Liberia, Independent Information Commission, WASH Commission, Law Reform Commission, Anti-Corruption Commission, Public Procurement and Concession Commission, let's look at politics, or the political and the technical aspect of it. The GC executes its mandate through 5 mandates area: civic engagement and national visioning, national integrity system, public sector reforms, monitoring, evaluation, research, and publication, political and legal reforms. Each mandate area is headed by a commissioner, including the chairperson. Those are few of the things that they have done. Let's go to the Governance Commission Political and Technical Overview. The GC executes its mandates in the following area. We talk about civic engagement and national visioning, the national integrity system, public sector reform, monitoring, evaluation, research, and publication. We went through all of those. The Secretariat, the day-to-day affairs of the GC, is administered by the Executive Director, who is an appointee and the Secretary to the Commissioners. He runs the technical and administrative affairs of the GC and reports to the Commissioner. The mandate of the GC, the general mandate of the Commission, shall be to promote good governance by advertising, designing, and formulating appropriate policies and institutional arrangements and frameworks required for achieving good governance and promoting integrity at all levels of society within every public and private institution. The mandate area execute their function through programs that reflect their core functions. Let's look at some of those core functions. Political and legal reforms. This refers to a two-pronged approach in A, reaffirming and strengthening the democratic ideals that inspire the establishment of the Liberian state. and underpin our democratic processes, the system and system of government. And B, by reviewing and proposing for amendment and adoption of existing laws, as well as introducing new laws to enhance the biopolitics of Liberia, and to promote national unity and development. This includes revisiting the ideals, commissions, and constitution of Liberia, and undertaking, among other things, land reform, security sector reform, and judicial reforms. Civic engagement and national visioning. This mandate area formulate policies that will help with civic education processes to strengthen a sense of common unity, national identity, and nationhood, and educate Liberians on good governance, include promoting equal rights and opportunities, especially for vulnerable groups such as women, children, and handicapped, and folks in the rural areas, considered rural dwellers. It includes sensitizing individuals, organizations, and communities about the principles, benefits, and their role in the promotions of good governance. Monitoring, evaluation, research, and publications. Under this mandate area, the GC conducts annual governance assessment on varying government issues as well as impact monitoring. The annual governance report has been a key output in this particular section. National integrity systems. Under this mandate area, the Commission works towards ensuring that integrity across public and private sectors is holistically approached in that everyone participates in the system. The writings of Code of Conduct has been a monumental achievement of this particular mandate in this area. In the public sector reforms, the GC formulates and develops policies to promote effective management of public agencies, corporations, and ministries through redefinitions of mandates, structures, procedures, recruitment, compensation, and training, ensuring accountability, equitable, and transparent allocations and utilization of national resources, and ensuring the development of national public integrity system. The Commission works towards continued public and civic service reform for effective and efficient performance of our government. These are some of the things we are going to be discussing. As you can see, it's a dictionary. It is basically an encyclopedia. I don't know if the commissioner is going to have time to do this. Is an encyclopedia. I don't know how one agency can actually do this, but he's here. He is the magician task with this monumental task. Let me welcome Fanta. Fanta, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Mr. Gayman. How are you?
I thought I was doing well until I read what a good governance commission does, and I'm saying to myself, whoa. So hopefully we have enough time for us to go through maybe a tenth of these things that I just read. It took me almost 20 minutes to read.
Yeah.
Myean, if you have time, we would like you to put that flyer up so our folks can see the potpourri of things that we're going to be talking about. It's like a buffet. We can't finish it, but we're going to do our best, especially when they say good governance. So, Fanta, when they say good governance, talk to me. What is your idea of good governance?
Well, I mean, the basis or the minimal expectation of good governance is to ensure a functioning state that serves its people. If we're still claiming to operate in a democracy, then certainly one that prioritizes the well-being and welfare of the people, deriving policies and structures that ensure the everyday today life and the burdens of it are lessened, that the resources of the state are shared adequately with its rightful owners, which are the people, to ensure that the leaders who are empowered serve the people. I mean, those were just some tenets. I mean, like just looking at the flyer, I'm seeing on there reformations of the healthcare system and reformations of gender and of the gender ministry to serve the most vulnerable population in our country, but they're the most abused population in our country. So I'm very curious to understand what type of reformations have really been enacted, because all of what it states that it exists to accomplish is very much contrary. So, I mean, just rudimentarily, a system that functions for the people determines good governance.
Okay, let's look at some of the established institutions that we're going to be questioning him on today. The Liberia Revenue Authority, the Internal Audit Agency, the Land Commission, the National Public Health Institute of Liberia, the Independent Information Commission, I don't know where that is, but we'll look, WASH Commission, Law Reform Commission, Anti-Corruption Commission, Public Procurement and Concession. These are agencies not only formed with a title or nomenclature, but their job is to make sure that these things are functional. We just saw the saga with the yellow machines and on and on. We are looking at the demolition of homes and displacements of people, the land thing, including our borders, the National Health Institute. I don't know what that is. You saw what happened there when they got rid of Dr. Dopoh. And so today is going to be very interesting. This is, like I said, even if you didn't read this thing, just the title of being good government commission alone should entice you. Some of you in the comment section should be salivating now. You should be salivating. You long been trying to ask the power that be, how come we got all the beautiful things written? When someone walks into your office, you got a dossier of things that you have done on paper. Then when you dive deep into the detail, it turns out all you got to do is just crack the shell a little bit. You find out, oh, this thing here, it's just a shell. There's nothing in it. I mean, it is beautifully, like the Easter egg. For those of you who know what the Easter egg is, you paint it very nicely and all that stuff. But some of the eggs are rotten. This is where. And the secretariat, I like this word, I like that word. What is the secretariat? Is the day-to-day affairs of the Good Government Commission to administer, and is headed by the executive director, who is an appointee and secretary to the commissioners. He runs the technical and administrative affairs of the Government Commission and reports directly to the commissioners. Wow. This is the secretariat. And the mandate of the secretariat, the general mandate of the commission, shall be to promote good governance by advising, designing, and formulating the appropriate policies and institutional arrangements and framework required for achieving good governance and promoting integrity at all levels of society and within every public and private institution. Wow. So you better behave. We have here Integrity Institution, the watchdog. I like that one when it says we are the watchdog. And someone said, but the dog is sitting there just watching everything happens. So the name of that institution is very is poignant, is germane, that you are a watchdog. Your job is just to sit there and watch. When bad things happen. That's why they call you watchdog. They didn't say a bulldog or a dog that would bite you if you did something wrong. They said, no, your job is just to watch. Just sit there and watch. So what kind of dog is that? Just sit and watch. So Fanta, we've been talking lately. Let's go. Well, this should be like, besides our guests we want to talk about, this is just our weekend review. So the entire week we've been talking about different topics. Let me scratch the topic or the surface of the topics that we discussed this. What part of the issues that we discussed this week that I would say or ask you entices you or catch your heart? What the Liberian man said, what catch your heart? During the whole week, what are some of the topics that actually catch your heart?
Yeah, I think the most poignant thus far have been the conversation from yesterday. I thought it was really enlightening. It was really revealing as well. I think a lot of people were removed or did not have visibility into that aspect of the lives of the family of the 13 men. Of course, this still requires a very broader conversation because, as we know, those crimes did not start in 1980. If we really want to charter a path of healing and reconciliation, I think collectively we have to go back to probably like the 1800s and really have honest, truthful conversation, as Ms. Bindu Dennis mentioned yesterday. Truthful conversations from everyone's truth perspective, right? From everyone's narrative. And then we bring all of that together and really try to come at some type of cohesive healing process, or arrive at a cohesive healing process. Because if we don't do that, I mean, it certainly starts with you, the individual, to start developing that sense of compassion or that sense of empathy, or sense of forgiveness, right? Really going through, like if we were to go through the stages of grief, because as we know, many people, we talk about 250,000 people losing their lives alone during the war. Probably that was what was even recorded.
Minimum, that's correct.
Yeah, I'm sure that's not the full number. And some people really truly witnessed some very gruesome demise of their loved ones. I mean, you hear stories of pregnant women bellies being split just to determine the sex of the baby, and the family standing right there watching and very helpless, cannot do anything. So you when you start to recount all of the gruesome, egregious crimes that have been committed against the Liberian people by Liberian people, I think it requires a national conversation. And the reason why sometimes Rwanda comes up is because they've done it and done it very well. We all watch as well how gruesome their civil war was. I mean, it was primarily like with machetes, where it started off with machetes. The decapitations was a very big part of the Rwandan civil war. And so and I think they lost, I think close to 1 million or over 1 million, please to keep me honest, of the number of people who lost their lives. And so if they can move on from that, and they're also a similar size as Liberia. So if they can move on from that, I think whatever measures they have employed, we have to pay attention to them and like copy them and see what we can replicate. Of course, it's not going to be everything that's going to be applicable to Liberia, but there's certainly some things that we can learn from what they have been able to do, because they're certainly moving on in the right direction. And so we can certainly borrow from that to ensure that Liberia also has the opportunity to move towards that North Star, because we desperately need it. The level of aggression and mental instability the psychological trauma that our people have experienced. We all have experienced. You heard Savette saying, when it comes to Liberia, like we get into some trauma and like send it and say, like here go, but like those who have lived outside of Liberia, so the country is quite traumatized, and I think that conversation yesterday was very revealing, and it just calls for more need. Why we need to really take our reconciliation and healing very, very seriously. Yeah.
Excellent. Let me welcome our special guest for the day, Mr. Jala C. Kesali. Your background is kind of dark, but can you give us your can you do your full landscape like this so we can actually? There you go.
Is that better?
Yep. Excellent. There you go. Okay. There you go. Much better. Just before we come to you, let me just say this to those who listened yesterday. The reason, you see, the Rwanda genocide, people were murdered, people were killed, and the memories are there, but we don't have physical and visual evidence to remind us daily as we did in Liberia and Sierra Leone, where people's arms were amputated, right? And those young kids they are living, they are still among us, they are walking around. So it's a constant reminder until, let's say, a child whose arm was amputated, right? At the age of 10, and she or he lived to be 80. That's 70 years of reminding us. So that's what makes our problem even more gruesome. But that's for another day. It was great that Councillor Chesson was here yesterday, gave us a lot of education. Ms. Dennis was here, she gave us a lot of education. Reverend Frank Stewart was here, gave us a lot of education, and we're going to continue in our healing process. It takes time, but let me welcome our guest, JC. I like that. Like a guy who used to play soccer, number 9.
Where you get JC from?
That's his name. That's his initial.
Man. Full disclosure, I know that man, Mr. Gayman.
But listen, we can't make flower yet to do that. The man
I come in peace.
Yeah.
You guys doing?
Thank you very much for accepting our invitation to come and talk to us. I have with me Fanta. Fanta, go ahead, introduce yourself to this new guy you never met.
No, that means to do is that the people there now, so please.
Welcome to the show. It's an honor to have you here.
Thank you.
It's quite an honor to have somebody who has accomplished or working so hard. When we look at what you're supposed to do here, I wondered. I'm into upper management myself, but this one is like they take the whole nation and put it on your head and say, you know what I mean, you got it wrong with it. Whether you fall and break your neck, it doesn't matter. We're just going to dump everything on you. But welcome. Let us know who you are for those of us who have never met you personally and don't know who you are.
Right. Well, good evening once again. My name is Jala Kesali, and I serve as the Executive Director of the Governance Commission of Liberia. Would you like me to say more?
Yes, yeah, we don't. I mean, that's your nomenclature. We want to know you as a person. I mean, you are a human being. You got name, you got blood, you got water, you got plasma, you got children, you got husband, you got wife, all into one. We want to know you personally. We want to personalize you. We just don't want an executive here. We want a real person.
Right. Well, I am a family man. I'm a father of 3 kids. I am married. This is my first go around in government. My experience as a professional has been entirely in the private sector. Some of you may have known me from my previous endeavor. I was the president and CEO of Nobel Liberia, which was a multifaceted corporation that ran an e-commerce division, a commodities division, and a remittance division. I led that undertaking for a period of about 7 years and subsequently left, took a hiatus, and was granted the opportunity to come and serve my country. I spent I'll say my family anyway. I have a history of service to our country. It's something we take deep pride in. And when I had the opportunity to continue in that light, I was glad to respond to the call.
Great. You know, we are very proud on this platform about our high school. Where did you go to high school? We don't like the college.
Well,
we love to send shout out to our high schools.
Unfortunately, I didn't do high school in Liberia. I left Liberia towards the latter part of the 80s, just before our civil conflict. And so my junior high and high school days were spent in Europe and the US. And, you know, post high school also in the US.
Okay, so where did you go to elementary school? You got to have gone to some kind of school in Liberia.
Certainly. Oh yes, my entire elementary academic career was here. I started off at St. Peter's Lutheran. I was there for several years, and then moved on to Calvary Baptist shortly before the war, and then we departed.
Great. So if you went to Calvary Baptist, you went to the Lutheran school, we want to say shout out to you. If you are in the comment section and you are familiar with one of those schools, or you went to both or want to went one of them, you have an alumnus here that have done very well and is back in the country. I didn't say go line up to a door to pay your tuition. I didn't say that. You should be proud. We have Fanta here that went to have similar track, but she didn't go to Lutheran, but she went to the Catholic school. She went to St. Teresa Convent. I went to Bassa High School in Buchanan, so we are all local. So we'd like to send shout out. If you went to Bassa High School, let us know where you are. If you went to St. Teresa Convent, they're all over the place. I know that. They will soon come. You know, they run the country.
Well, for what it's worth, I did graduate from an all-boys Roman Catholic high school in Boston, Massachusetts. Catholic Memorial, to be exact.
You see, thank God that Victor Nagbe is not here. He's a big Catholic man. Today, y'all are going to start all the Catholic stuff. But you got two Catholic folks here. You got Fanta. Tell us, you know, you were at St. Teresa's Convent. Some of the great movement over there. Let us know before we move into. You see, before we move into all this heavy talk, you guys we are all regular folks. You know, I know I don't even want to talk about the spanking that I got for coming to class late. I don't want to talk about the amount of, you know, Bassa High School, every time, 7 o'clock, they close the gate, right? So if you came in late, you fall into this a latecomer thing. So what the seniors will do is that they will assign you punishment. And usually for us, it was cutting grass or picking up trash. So JC, this is what the guys would do. You were a freshman or a junior or sophomore, and you were dating a girl that the senior guys didn't, you know, that they wanted also, they would make you pick up trash. They would make you pick up trash in front of the girls' class. They would go and say, you know, all here, you got to clean up. So you would pick up trash, or they would give you, you know, how they call it, the panga, and you would cut the grass for coming late to humiliate you that you are powerless. I mean, so everybody would say, you know what? I would do all I can to be a senior. When I become a senior, I'm going to do the same thing. That's high school. When you became senior, you wore your shirt and tie, your cufflinks and all that stuff. Yeah, no, but so everybody.
So you had abuse of power ingrained in some of the at the rudimentary level in some of our citizens, huh? Is that what you're saying?
starts early. It starts early.
So, Fanta, what enticed you to dream to be a senior one day? What do you guys do as senior at wherever you graduated from high school for us in services conference? What were some of the things, privileges that you enjoy as a senior?
Yeah, like no, I was never enticed about anything senior or seniority because I was already doing like everything. Like no senior could bully me. Like it just didn't happen. While I didn't graduate like, from STC. Of course, we were new as the Friskies, so automatically. Right, go ahead.
I think yeah, it's still frisky.
Yeah. Oh yeah, very much. That is like the one defining factor that follows us throughout our lives. Automatically, that very, very, very opinionated. But I also had the opportunity to go to Jimmy Jolocon in Garnersville. I also went to St. Philip's in Garnersville. I went to J.R. Gibson on Center Street. Yeah, like I was. I loved those experiences because I think they were my defining moment. I finished up high school in the U.S. And then joined like the basketball team. But when I was in Liberia, like I really cherished those moments, like especially at say like Jimmy Jolocon. Of course, academically, I was very sharp. So when the teacher is teaching and I felt like I already knew the subject, I would go and join the group in the back and be like wrapping up the paper and like throwing it like at the board. And then one day they called us, took us to the principal office, invited our parents to come and whoop us in front of the entire school. We had this teacher who stepped in on our behalf. So they were truly formative years, and I'm really, really, really grateful to have experienced them. They were just great.
Yeah, JC, you went to Catholic school, so becoming a senior at a Catholic institution is a big deal. So what were some of the privileges that you enjoy finally to make it to the top?
Well, to be honest with you, being in a Catholic institution in the U.S. where abuse and discipline is a very thin line, fortunately, we didn't we didn't endure any of those things. So it made no difference whether you were a senior, freshman, or sophomore. It made no difference.
Wow. Yeah, we even to today's date, I was in Basso, I was in Liberia in January and December, and when I went to my alma mater and seen these kids, you know, I could tell who was a senior and who were not a senior. You know, they still wear their tie, their cufflinks and the long. You are the only one that's supposed to wear long sleeves, cufflinks and tie and all that stuff. So everybody look forward to being, and I'm glad that we just celebrated our 100th anniversary of Basso High School. Actually, the school was founded in 1904, but it became true to public 1926. So from 1926 to 2026, we became actually 100. We just celebrated our 100th anniversary, but it's actually 130. So we are very, very proud of first began as an all-boy institution operated by the Episcopal and the United Methodist Churches. And then 1925, it was fully turned over to the government. It became a government institution. So that's the formative years and the great history for those of you who are new, young, never experienced education in Liberia prior to the war. You missed a lot, and I can't tell you why you missed, but you missed a lot. But yes, Chief, welcome to the show. Let's talk about when you were approached to become the executive director of this good governance commission. How did this come about? I mean, because at some point when you look at the responsibility that went along with this, is quite daunting.
Well, I mean, there was a selection process. I was one of the candidates nominated by the board. For reasons best known to them. But the role of the executive director is the individual who oversees the operational and administrative function of the institution. Of course, I would humbly say that I think when we had our Nobel operations. In that period of time, perhaps we left enough of a mark on some folks in our society, and when word got out that I was no longer in the private, well, not I was no longer in the private sector, but rather that Nobel has since ceased to exist in Liberia. Perhaps that made me a candidate in the eyes of some people. Kindly allowed me to exercise some degree of humility because I was obviously honored to have been asked to serve, and so I presented myself, and allowed myself to go through the process. There were a few candidates who were screened, and I apparently was nominated by the reviewing board, and the decision was made to forward my name to the president for appointment.
Wow, great. Fanta.
Well, as I said, full disclosure, I am familiar with Jala, but that doesn't mean I'm going to be easy on him, because I think the Liberian people are very deserving of some real answers. And so we're very thankful for you taking time out of your day to be here with us today. I want to get right into some very, I would say, intricate connotations of the governance institution. We have noticed, I would say, the erosion of what is supposed to be democracy, a system of democracy, a system that is for the people, by the people, of the people, public institutions that functions, prioritizes the welfare of the people, good governance in actuality and not just on paper or in PowerPoint decks. However, what we have seen has been completely contrary to that. And I know you haven't been in this role for long. I think you've been, less than a year or about a year, but the institution itself has been in existence for quite a while. We have seen the leader of the country, who you just mentioned, appointed you or signed off on you based on the recommendations, be the top person in the country to disregard any type of good governance in this country. And then all of a sudden he's receiving an award of good governance and integrity and peace of war, when there is a long line since he's been in office, 3 years, of corruption, of abuse of citizen, abuse of power, complete disregard for the law. How are you as an organization ensuring that leaders in power do not abuse not just the rule of law, but completely throw out the whole notion of good governance out the window? Can you hear me okay?
I hear you loud and clear. Would you like for me to respond?
Yes,
please do.
Okay.
And just when you're responding, also, is he deserving of this Peace and Good Governance Award? So yes, please do respond. Thank you.
Well, I think that is the question. I'm most certain believe he is deserving. The president, His Excellency President Joseph Nyeman Boakai, is most definitely deserving of the Peace Award. And I'd like to take you back to 2018, when the then Vice President made the statement that no Liberian blood would be shed on his watch, on his account. So if we're talking about peace, then I think he's a living example. Matter of fact, he's the embodiment of that. Just to be clear, my understanding of being on the program today was to speak about the Governance Commission and what is it that we specifically do as an institution. I categorically disagree with the notion that the president has condoned anything other than stellar performance from his cabinet. As a matter of fact, one could argue that not in a very long time have we seen senior government officials in real time get either suspended, dismissed, or fall out of favor with the president, for not meeting his expectations. So to suggest that President Borga has been anything but honorable in his serving and duties to our country, I vehemently disagree with that.
Okay, so let's start with your premise. Tell us first, what is it that you do, and then later on we are going to the question and answer portion, so we can be fair enough. Educators, give us the education first, and then we know that you are not at the political arm of the spectrum here. You are an administrator. You basically somebody within the private sector. You're marrying the private sector and the public sector. So we understand you are not a politician. But let's go to what you do first, and then later on we'll talk some politics. And if you feel uncomfortable because it's outside of your realm, feel free to let us know that that's beyond your scope, and we will see. Because you're not a politician. But yeah, educate us about the commission, a history of the commission. What is it that it does? How do you do your check and balance?
Well, so the Governance Commission came into existence as part of the 2003 accord, the Accra Peace Accord, which brokered the democracy that we currently enjoy in Liberia today. And one of the intentions of the establishment of the Governance Commission was to essentially have a body or a governmental institution that promotes reform and do a critical analysis or review of some of the issues affecting our society. It's important to understand that the Governance Commission is not only geared towards governmental reform, it cuts across public and private sector alike. And the general idea is that Liberians once resorted to war to solve our issues, or at least violence. And what we do at the GC, as the premier think tank of the government, is that we try to look at things within both the public and private sector alike, and try to make recommendations to our national legislature and the office of the president in terms of what we believe, based on research and data we've ascertained. So we're not just going off of hearsay or on our feelings, but we have a team of technicians and experts that look at each situation on a case-by-case basis. In some cases, it may call for the reevaluation of certain government institutions and their function. Are those institutions relevant to our current day reality? Just for the record, through the recommendation of the Governance Commission, 10 other institutions, since the GC came into existence in 2007 when it opened its doors for operation, the GC is responsible for creating or recommending the creation of 10 other government institutions, which I'd like to name, or at least a few for you. For example, the LRA was one of the recommendations of the GC. We also have the Internal Audit Agency. We have the Land Commission. We have the National Public Health Institute of Liberia. We have the Independent Information Commission, the WASH Commission, the Land Reform Commission, the Liberia Anti-Corruption Commission, the Public Procurement and Concessions Commission, and the Liberian National Tourism Authority. All 10 of those institutions were created as a result of recommendation of the GC. So one can clearly see the importance of such an institution, because I don't think there's any argument that those 10 institutions are just named are playing a crucial role in Liberia today. I also like to point out that in terms of governmental reform, the GC is also responsible for the merger of the Ministry of Finance and Planning, the restructuring of the Ministry of Gender, and the Ministry of Health. So the GC, has a history of contributing to our current day Liberian reality, and we still have a lot of work to do. We certainly, it is an ongoing process, as government is continuous or perennial. So that's just to give you a brief history on the institutions.
Okay. Your flyer here is very full. Let's go to the Governance Commission, especially the political and technical review. Let's go through them, then later on we'll come and then go down the line. When you talk about political and technical review, the LEC acting up again. Jeez.
Yeah. And I had a follow-up question on on that as well. But yeah, it's probably the LEC.
Yep, ladies and gentlemen, let me welcome some of you. Share this show. Let us know where you're tuning in from, and let us know what's on your mind. If you have any question for CJ, let us know. I'm looking at Nellie Harmon. She said, I'm watching from Congo Town Back Row. I love Congo Town Back Row. That's one of my favorite areas when I go there, where the restaurant we go to. There you go. Mr. Wonku Quenlin is the acclaimed administrator, LFC Kessely. Mary Swap, I'm watching the show from Johnsonville, Monrovia. Japu, I'm joining you from Camp Johnson Road. Okay, we got a lot of folks from Central Monrovia joining us. And Justice Gadget, we will be. Okay, let me see. There's a lot of background noise.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, there's a lot of grind, a lot of background noise. I can hardly hear you.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, can you get on the Bluetooth?
Oh boy.
Can you mute yourself and try to resolve it? Myean, if you're there, could you mute him so he can try to resolve his audio issue?
Yeah, let's try to mute. Myean, can you mute him a little bit? Let's see where the noise is coming from. On Cassidy, you can go out and come back in. Yeah. That's the situation in the Republic of Liberia. Just the little things that we take for granted. The basic communication is almost impossible. Someone asked me the last time, why you stay 6 weeks 5 weeks in Liberia, and you chicken out, you stay at the U.S. Embassy for 5 weeks. Look, find out once you leave that embassy, right? You open a gate, and you step on Benson Street or the back way there. It's like you in a whole different you in a whole different world.
Yeah, it completely transports you. And this is why it's so interesting. This organization has been in existence truly for a long time. And when they call themselves the Governance Commission or what have you, governance agency, meant to draft policies or make recommendations for reformation. He referencing Gender Ministry or LRA or the Lands Commission. You see the type of land issue we're having today. So what exactly was in those reformations that we actually want to claim? Because it just seems that they are truly like a watch cat. I don't know why call them a watch dog. Just call it a watch cat. Can pat the little head and say, good job. But in terms of actual teeth for implementation and execution, I don't see it. And that is what's lacking. Liberia is not sort of ideas. Even the Kalaselo get fresh,
great ideas.
Great ideas. So that's not our problems. Why do we insist on creating all of these like PowerPoint slides and PDF documentations and just engage in these overly complexities that just get us nowhere?
And ladies and gentlemen, these are the things we are talking about. When you walk, like I usually do when I'm in the country, and you're walking with dignitaries, you work with technicians from different nationalities, different institutions, different countries, and they're making these jokes, they're derogatory jokes about us. That when you walk into a Liberian agency, they will give you this beautiful binder, and it has everything you need to know that is top-notch, world-class, that has absolute no implementation strategy. There is no way to say we are going to do a performance review, but every day we are forming new agencies and new commissions upon commissions upon commissions. And everyone comes and defend their territory and say, you know what, this is mine. And I love the glossy flowery flyers that they put out. And when we go to these cabinet meetings, it's a battle of who has the brightest and most beautiful, colorful PowerPoint presentations, and then we clap for ourselves and then leave and say, listen, man, you have done very well. But there is no way that we can do the evaluation to say, actually, this is a performance review. We can do an evaluation that can produce an outcome that can measurable. If you say you build road for my Yata and this and that, okay, let's go and see the road. Let's do the before and after. What was here before and what is there now, and how has it positively impacted the folks? You say you build roads, farm to road market, or to come up with the fancy stuff. How do I even bring my product from the farm when I don't have a dime? My produce cannot be purchased. You build a 5-mile, 10-mile road, and along that road, there's no utilities, there's no electricity. My Yata want to sell her color at night, where she can make more money. The economy should be 24/7 at least. There's no way to get to the farm, from the farm to the road. She can't afford to carry her goods. She can't afford to store the goods. Even if she got the goods to the market, what happens if the banana are not sold and the papaya is not sold? What do? Do we come all the way back? These are things that they are perishable. Do we have a storage facility to accommodate my Yata?
Yeah, it's Mr. Gayman, you just raised a very interesting point, and what they often love to refer to, because it's a borrowed term, is farm to market, right? And they borrow it from the green economy, like in the US, but they don't understand what that means, and it just sounds nice, so they adopt it. You mentioned something very important, my Yata goods being perishable. It's not that Liberians lack the capacity to feed themselves, to actually grow food to feed themselves. It is the perishability of the food that we grow, because due to the lack of storages, right? Due to the lack of roads to get those produce or get those products to the market. And a huge component of that is not also that we cannot produce food year round. We can and do have the ability to do that. But we don't have any type of reservoirs systems. We don't have any type of irrigation systems that can carry on production or farming throughout the dry season. So often you will find most people just growing food or growing crops during the rainy season. Dry season comes around, people are sitting ducks. So just imagine empowering these farmers with actually mechanized tools and just simple practical ideas for irrigation. They have the solar irrigation system. You can actually dig a huge well, or actually use some of these poly tanks, right, as reservoirs and actually grow food all year round. But the fact that we don't even have any roads to get those produce like to market, or don't even have storage systems. It turns out, and I think when I looked it up the last time, I saw about 40 to 60% of the food that we grow goes to waste. 40 to 60% of harvest goes to waste. 40 to 60% of everything we grow, because there's nowhere to store them. So can we actually move away from these PowerPoints and actually start being practical and putting the pedal to the metal, as they say, right? Actually start bringing real life solutions to create relief in these various sectors, whether it's the agriculture or the health sector or the education sector or with the gender ministry, because I see like that's some of the things that they have claimed to have reformed, or agencies that they have reformed. When you look at their flyer, the first quadrant there says reform MFDF. What is MFDF? Is that, no, okay, so MFDF, and then Ministry of Gender, Children and Social Protection, Ministry of Health. Like, what was the reformation that was done? And can we measure that, to your point? You know, part of my background as a former executive and senior level manager was managing millions, and eventually at the end of my tenure, billions of dollars worth of programs, multiple strategic programs, technology, like driving innovative technology solutions. And what I learned, having oversight of such large financial responsibility, is applying structure, deriving simple creative solutions, nothing complex. If it's too complex, first of all, I had a whole team. Your team will not understand it. They will not be able to interpret it. Imagine you giving a whole booklet to Mayata and say, Mayata, this is what we have developed, right? This is the solution. Go implement it. How is Mayata supposed to go through all these 50,000 pages? As an administrator, if it's not like checklists, where you can say 1, 2, 3, Mayata, do this 1, do this 2, do this 3. Well, it's easier for her to remember and translate it to Mam Bedou. But we don't do that. We engage in these overly complex solutions, and we're always drafting policies just to satisfy our own desires, because it's not for the nation. If it was for the nation, we would be more intentional about what we design to ensure that it fits the need of the people. But we don't understand the people. We don't understand the audience that we are designing for. How can you build a product without bringing your audience into the room to help you build that product to where it fits their need, where it's fit for purpose, as we say, like in the tech word? Is it fit for purpose? Is it fit for use? No, it's not, because I don't understand it. I don't know how to use it. I don't know how to interpret it. What's the value?
This is what frustrates me. We come to school here. Where most of them don't even intern, so they don't even know. They only read about the American system, the complexity of it, and they just cut and paste. Most of them have never managed. They have never been. And I said the same thing about those who, like, you know, a friend of mine and I were in this argument about why he thinks Cummings would be the best person to run Liberia. And he keeps talking about how complex Coca-Cola is. He managed Coca-Cola. And I told him, I said, you know what, if you want to vouch for him as a good person who has potential to lead a country, say so. But it shouldn't be based on what he did at Coca-Cola, because I could be president, vice president of Coca-Cola. The system is there. It's the maze. They have built the maze. It was meant for no one to fail. So for you to give credit that he did something extraordinary at Coca-Cola, tell me that he developed a new flavor or came up with something that nobody else have done. That is something. But if I came in and just pushed the Coca-Cola, Pepsi, Coke, Diet Pepsi, the same brand over and over, you can't tell me that the person that came after him is doing the exact thing that he did and that he did prior to his predecessors did. So we need to calm this thing down and say, you know what, I think this girl, this guy can do this based on his maturity, based on the stress level he would do. These are the indicators that will tell you that maybe he can do something different. But he has never been given the opportunity to do something new, to be innovative. Everything has been the cookie cutter with just bam, 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 all the way through. So here we are. We have. I don't know if you ever came across this phrase or this word in the Liberian parlance called banjo. Banjo.
Mm.
I don't know if you ever heard. Banjo means cheap, right?
Mm.
We're selling banjo. That means basically everything has to go.
Mm-hmm.
It came about because the old folks from the interior that would bring their goods to Monrovia or to the city to sell, they're all perishable goods.
Yeah.
And those with the finances and the resources would take advantage of them.
Mm-hmm.
They know that this is going to perish. She can't take it back to the interior, so we'll wait for the last minute when she can no longer afford to take it back. Then we will basically exploit her and buy for little or nothing. So she will sell it at a loss. So it's 7 o'clock, it's 5 o'clock, it's 4 o'clock in the night. She have traveled all day with her yam or the banana, her papaya on her head. She cannot go back another 10 miles with this on her head. So she has no choice but to sell it banjo. So this is another form of exploitation, right? So she has to basically sell it at a loss, give it away.
Yeah,
that's the terminology of banjo. So those with the resources will wait at the dime moment where she knows that, hey, this thing is perishing. I will sell it for little or nothing.
Mm-hmm.
And those with the resources will take advantage of them. So this is what we are doing. When you go to Walmart, in the produce section, you see they have that irrigation like a mist, right? Sprinkle water or mist on the flowery perishable goods to keep it green for at least to extend its life. Okay, we don't have that. So she brings her potato grains. She's been sitting there all day in the heat. You can tell by the time the afternoon comes around, however, it has almost died, lost its color and all of that. She basically has to give it away. Yeah. So Myean not only walking miles to bring her produce to market, but those with the means are waiting to pounce on her. Okay, so she will sell at a loss. This is what we are talking about. So when I see all of these things, I see nothing that protects Myean. These are all regulatory agencies that's supposed to do X, Y, Z in Monrovia. But this doesn't address anything outside of Monrovia, even in Monrovia itself.
Yeah.
This is Capitol Hill.
Yeah. So it's I'm smiling hearing you talk because as an innovator, I actually thought about this problem that you just described, and I'm actually building an app. I'm building an app that connects farmers to buyers to farmers. And I've done the prototype, all of that. I was actually trying to work with some local developers so it can be Liberian built. But I'm building an app that will absolutely cut through that type of problem and it's very simple. The concept is very, very simple. I may not speak a lot about it, but but it's such that this 40 to 60% of waste that we are talking about will be eliminated.
Good.
Will be eliminated completely.
Don't go too far. Yeah. I know our folks, they love to steal people's idea and don't give credit. They don't want to give you credit. They don't want. So you want to make sure that your idea is patented and everything else, so they don't steal it because they're waiting to see. Oh, that's a great idea, and they want. So I understand where you're coming from. We want to make sure that even if we don't eliminate it 100%, if Myean can own it. Okay, and she can realize 70% of produce of investment, return on her investment. That would be good. Now I can say, like you say, if she gets 40%, she's lucky. 40%. She's lucky. So these are the things we are talking about. So when you come from these United States or in the diaspora, when you're 10 PhD on the wall, what you have not even gone to actually experience. When I was with our vice president at the County Chamber of Commerce, one of the things that I actually did was I was in charge of the minority affairs. So under my auspices, we were able to organize incubators for first-time business owners, because their problem was, Mr. Gayman, we can't get a loan, we can't qualify for this, we can't qualify for that. So the United Way sent me to you so you can teach us how to do this. So we have an incubator for about 3 months. We will teach you how to do the resume. We'll teach you how to do business plan. We'll teach you how to do presentations, with all of those things. And we will teach you how to apply for grant. Because you are a small businessman, you just come in and you come into my office with this mindset that you want to apply for $1 million grant. No, it doesn't work that way, okay? Let me put you through the system, learn how to do all of these things. Start with $25,000 grant first. See how that works. We work with you. Once you manage that well, and we have an audit record that you did this, then we can move it to $50,000, $100,000. Don't let anybody fool you that you're just going to come and the Small Business Administration give you $100,000 because you are a minority and you deserve it. That's not how it works. So most of these folks, we call them in Liberia and say you're running business by heart, right? Okay, I've always run a daycare from the church. Well, that is not it.
Yeah.
Have you have a business plan? Have you structured this thing? Have you registered it? How long have you operated this? Can I look through your financial record? They will tell you where the church thing. So we want to separate church and state, so you can't go. Oh, but you want government money. Don't come in with your constitutional thing about separation of church and state. Then don't come and ask us for money when you do it on behalf of the church. As long as you want me to recommend you for this grant, I have to make sure that along with your application is attached your financial statement. For if you have not done an audit, you can get by with a 1-year financial statement with reconciliation through a CPA or an auditor. The second year, we expect you to have an audit. So these are the requirements. But if you come in, I've been doing this since my father did it, then he passed it on to me. You want to tell me you have been running this little daycare through this church for 20 years and you don't have any financial record and you expect me to recommend you? So these are the things we are talking about. All these fancy things here. I was looking through it. I saw nothing that talked about the Small Business Administration. I saw nothing about economic zones. I saw nothing about incubators. How do you organize small businesses? How might you for her to get a little $500 loan? What's required of her? Who training her to make sure that she succeeds at this? None of that. It's just straight out of the encyclopedia. It looks good, but those of us that have been into corporate America, this is for Wall Street. This is not for somebody in Newtown or Logantown or at the Gorbachev market that's just looking for $500 to make sure that she turns the thing around, flip it within a year, that this $500 become $5,000. There's no plan. You got to go to the university with an MBA to look at this here and say this. But yet, this is what we are talking about. So those of you who are out there, if you have any idea that you think we need to discuss, if you are related to my Yata, you related to my Kamara, you are related to, well, we shouldn't be with a mom now. We got Brother Garguah over there who is been struggling as a small carpenter, own a little carpenter shop. I was on, was it? No, that wasn't a bypass, on the the Japanese freeway, I stopped by to look at all the beautiful furniture that these guys were
Malia Drive, yeah.
And the guy told me, he said, Mr. Gayman, the difference between us and the Lebanese and the Indian store is we just don't have the equipment. Everything we do here, we do it with a plane. You know, we don't even have the bandsaw and a different kind of. If we had the equipment, we'll outperform those guys.
Yeah. They're very creative. They're very, very creative.
Very creative. But nobody in government would say, you know what, we need to. These people are looking for simple equipment. Some of the equipment, $1,000 would go a long way.
Mm-hmm.
How come Kamara had this shop for the past 20 years and he's been doing very well? Everybody knows that he does an excellent job. But to just move to the next level, he just needs these little equipment. He will pay taxes. He will grow the economy. He will hire more people because he will be producing at a higher level. Volume now, we're talking volume. Mm-hmm. But nobody sees this.
But the very thing that is inhibiting our progress is, especially growth, is the lack of stable electricity. You can create manufacturing plants and produce massive quantities when the cost of electricity is so high and then is not stable. So then when you go to LEC, you follow the process, you pay for your meter, they take forever to come and install it. Sometimes you have to buy a meter like from someone who's selling it on the black market, which you should not do, but you don't leave the people any choice when they are in desperate need. This is the reality of what we're dealing with. You finally get that meter, is legit, you buy your credit, you put it in the meter. You're expecting consistent electricity if you have ample credit in there. But then it gets interrupted with no notice. You don't even receive a text message. They do have your phone number, they have your name, they have your address, but you don't even receive a courtesy to say, hey, we're going to be interrupting your service. Boop, you're in the middle of production and your source of power is interrupted. Say you have the generator as backup and it switches on. What does that mean? It means that the cost to produce is going to be higher than what you can actually sell it for. So it discourages people from pursuing those solutions. And then because if it's produced, who's going to consume it? We're back to it being banjo, right? Because I can't keep it on the shelf. I've produced 10,000 of this one unit. I have the equipment, but now my cost to produce that is so high that I can't sell it, but only at a loss. So how are we, what type of policy, back to this GC again, what type of policies are you pushing forth to alleviate such burdens from the everyday Liberian? And when you want to sit there and defend, yes, the president deserves this governance and integrity and peace of war, and the president, and you reference the former vice president, and then you try to make a comparison. There's been no bloodshed. Have you been paying attention? Where do you live? The youth that were protesting in Kinjal, the LNP shot those kids in the head. You've seen the photos, Mr. Gayman. You have to do a Google search of the Kinjal protest. That was under Boyka's leadership. So what are you talking about? The soup. Councillor Chesson was speaking about soup yesterday. Soup was protesting just a few days ago. We saw those kids being blooded by the LNP. So what type of peace are you referring to? And this is what they do, they gaslight us to make it seem like, oh, we don't, what our eyes are seeing is not the reality. It's fallacies. You cannot make us deny our eyes. We're seeing very, very clearly. And this administration has been riddled with abuse of power, abuse of the legislative, abuse of the judiciary, and then you award them integrity and good governance and peace. How can we then expect any type of integrity from this institution? We cannot remove it from political influence. They're influenced by the current political party. Otherwise, if you were a watchdog, which you should be independent, there are no indications that you're independent. Therefore, you're doing the bidding of this administration. So why should the people trust you? Like, it's counterintuitive, it's counterproductive, and it's just, yeah, it's frustrating.
Yeah, it is. Wow. Honorable Kessler is having a tough day in New York. Excuse me, in Monrovia. I don't know why I keep saying New York.
No, I've actually been sitting here waiting for you guys to let me back in.
Oh yeah. Okay, real quick. You see this door? The guy did this. He said, Mr. Gayman, we can do better. He said, do you know how long it took us to do this door? This door is in the Lebanese and the Indian will take about a day to do this. It took us almost 2 weeks to do this one door because we have to do it by hand, finish it, redo it, refinish it. This is a beautiful door.
Mm-hmm.
But the energy that they put in to produce this door, the return on the investment is not worth it. If you spend a week or 2 weeks on one door with the manpower, and the guy next door is doing this, putting this out daily. But anyway, Honorable Cassidy, welcome. I know it is rough on that side. We still having our background noise. I don't know what causing it, but it's still there. But yes, you were talking to us about some of the things that you have done. How long have you been on this job?
This is my 9th month, I believe. Yeah.
Oh, so you just got to the okay.
Exactly.
Yes. Okay. So quite understandable. Okay. So
8th month actually.
Yeah. Talk to us about some of the things that you met there, and if you had a chance, what are some of the changes that you would like to make that you can brand as your brainchild or your innovative approach, if you are allowed to do so?
Well, let me start off by saying that the Governance Commission is a reform institution, but we do not implement. So we make recommendations, and we also, in terms of strategic undertakings and reforms or policies, but we're not an implementer. Now, the GC is the government's think tank, and what we do is we work along with government institutions and the private sector alike to try to come up with creative ways to address some of the issues in our country and within some of the government institutions. Now, the problems in Liberia certainly did not start over the last 2 or 3 years, and I can assure you there will be some of them will probably be here, in the time to come. We try to look at constructive ways of addressing some of these issues, because at the end of the day, obviously, it's quite easy for one to sit on the sidelines and lament and castigate those of us who are attempting to address some of these issues. And I will also say criticism should apply where it is warranted. All I would ask for is let it be constructive criticism in ways that the conversation is to move the dialogue in addressing the issues and ills in our country forward, rather than simply an opportunity to, political grandstand or to score points. I came on here this evening to specifically talk about some of the things we're doing at the GC, or better yet, to inform the general public, because one of the things we realize over at the GC is that a lot of Liberians are not well informed about this institution, and we have the fundamental responsibility to articulate that to the public, and that requires going into places that may be considered friendly or unfriendly. But our mission remains the same. The political appointees at the GC are all tenured positions. And one of the reasons for that, it is in fact to minimize any influence from the office of, be it from the executive branch or the legislative branch. So, you know, I'm more than willing to answer questions that you guys may have as it pertains to our institution, and or entertain some questions from your guests.
Great, and that's why we are here. Let's say you say the public as a whole actually have no idea or very little idea, know nothing about this commission. What is it that you want to do? Because I have not heard any jingles. I've been in Liberia. This sounds like a secret society. People go to work, like you say. Your job is just to do recommendation, like the Supreme Court. They do ruling, but they have no enforcement arm, so they just make decisions, and then the executive is supposed to execute. And if the executive chooses not to, there's nothing you can do. So basically, we are just pushing pen and doing that. But talk to us. What is it that you have done besides going on these shows? I know it's only 9 months, which is no time at all to do anything, the reshuffling and everything else. How difficult it is when everybody you are working with are tenured, they are contractors, they are on a contract. Doesn't that tie your hand if you actually wanted to do some wholesale changes here and there?
Well, at least none that I see, at least I have seen thus far in terms of tying my hands, right? But one of the reasons why it is important to have a position of this nature be tenured, because again, you want, can you guys hear me?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, because you want to make sure that whatever ideas that are being put forth, they're not heavily influenced by any political leaning, right? Or political ideology. Now, in terms of what we're doing currently to further promulgate the work of the GC, back in January, we released, or rather we produced an electronic newsletter called GC in Review, where we chronicle the series of events and happenings over at the GC throughout the course of that month or the previous month, and we release that onto the public. We're currently working on a docu-series called GC TV, which again, it's an informative based, mini series where you will see people from the various mandate areas and departments at the GC articulating our core responsibilities and mandate. We also have several projects that we're currently working on with some of your civil society organizations and some government institutions, some of which I can't speak to right now because they're still kind of work in progress. So the number of things we have. What I can tell you, and I'm actually quite glad to reference this, and which is indicative of the president's commitment to good governance, is we're currently working on a concept note where we're going to be proposing the month of October of the month in recognition of good governance. Now, what does that mean? What we're hoping to do with that, much like what you have Breast Cancer Awareness Month or HIV/AIDS Awareness Month, one of the things we're hoping to utilize the month, and we're pushing to have this done in the month of October for two primary reasons. October was the month in which the GC opened its doors for operation, and October is also the month in which elections are held in Liberia. And we thought that it would be great to launch the month of in observance of good governance in the month of October, because long-term holistic change in any society, it has to be applied over a period of time, much like education or anything productive that we try to do. It is never a one-size-fits-all. So the general idea here is we're going to be pushing to have this, the observance of the month of good governance. And within that 30-day span, there will be a series of activities we're going to be putting forth through to the general public, referencing or rather reflecting things that speaks to good governance in terms of what citizens can expect of her government, and equally so, what are some of those civic duties of our citizens to her government, right? I think it was the late President Kennedy who said, ask not what your country can do for you, but rather what you can do for your country. Now, we see it in both ways. The Governance Commission, part of our responsibility also is to ensure that we're helping our people understand not only what our core function is, but equally so what is expected of our citizens. And that's certainly not a task that will be limited to the GC, but at least we know that we have a role to play in that exercise.
Before I go to Fanta, I'm coming to, please forgive me because I was born and raised in the interior. And so I like to take it from that perspective. I was born in the interior, district number 3, Grand Bassa County. And we never had public utility. We still don't have it. When you talk about reaching the folks by newsletter, to me, you are as guilty as people that came before you who we consider the Republic of Monrovia. If it reaches people in Monrovia, then they believe it has reached everybody. So how does my grandma Witte in district number 3 in the back woods there, how does she get the message about good governance commission? She doesn't read, she doesn't write. Newsletter, how would the newsletters benefit her?
Well, I'm sorry, are you done?
Yes.
Yeah. So I think that's a very good question. In fact, now that I think that is a very good question. If you recall what I started off by saying, we launched that. So there are multiple avenues to reach people. Many of our citizens and people around the world nowadays operate with smartphones. Presently, I'm speaking to you off of my smartphone. We also have broadcast radio programs that we're also designing, so we are essentially pursuing multiple avenues from radio, print, broadcast. It's a work in progress. It certainly will not be achieved overnight, and the goal is for us to continue where we picked up the mantle and move forward, and hopefully those who come after us will pick it up from there. But it's certainly not limited just to. It's certainly. I say that to say it's certainly not just limited to the e-newsletter. We have, as mentioned, broadcast radio and other programs that will be coming up.
Fanta?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Gayman. Mr. Kessley, I want to just piggyback off of your response to my last question of what determines or what this president, or why you think this president is deserving, or if you think this president is deserving of good governance when he's been the chief proprietor. And this is not from any political stance. This is from a citizen's stance. I'm not part of any political parties. Why you believe that the president deserves the award for good governance and integrity? And you referenced the past vice president and something towards there had been no bloodshed. Are you familiar with the Kinjo protests that happened when this president took over, where LNP shot a protester in the forehead? Are you familiar with that?
Unfortunately, I'm not. But again, just so we're clear, the purpose of my being on the show this evening is to speak to issues as it relates to our institution. I'll be more than willing to entertain questions as it relates to the Governance Commission and our function, and certainly not given to any political baiting.
Okay, so that is absolutely fair, but you mentioned that part of why you believe this president deserved the Good Governance Award and the Peace Award is because he has operated from a place of peace. And then you mentioned that there's been no bloodshed. So that's why I referenced that to re-jog your memory if you were unfamiliar, that there has been indeed bloodshed under this presidency. In fact, loss of life, when we're talking about peace, has been nothing but peaceful. It was due to that I am reminding you of such. Because once again, the GC, and from everything that you have explained, stands for good governance and drafting policies and influencing reformations or making recommendations to the various, both public and private sector institutions. Some of what you mentioned, the LRA, some of what we've seen on the flyer, Gender Ministry, MFDF, Ministry of Health. These are all public institutions that you make recommendations to, and probably beyond that. So based on that very notion, I think this is very much in alignment with your functions, and the LNP certainly being a public institution, I think is very relevant. My other question to you also, in alignment with the GC and you making recommendations, the CSA, the Civil Service Agency, just announced a mandatory NDA agreement for all civil servants, I think this week or last week. Once again, in alignment with good governance, do you think that this is a mechanism to silence whistleblowers in this fight against corruption, or for what should be a democratic society? Again, this been a public institution, and if you were advising them, would you agree with the decision that they have taken?
Wow. Okay. So I think we all can agree that even those who serve in public institutions do have some level of confidentiality based on the function of their duties. So if you certainly wish to have more information regarding the CSA mandate, I would strongly recommend you invite someone from that institution to address the issue.
Okay, let me welcome Tomalin George. Welcome to the show, and thank you very much for inviting Honorable Kehleboe. Just got on the job 9 months ago.
I'm sorry, I was actually 8 months ago.
8 months.
Right.
That's just, I don't even think he had cleaned his office yet and settled in, but we appreciate him coming on and coming onto the show. Thank you for inviting him, but your guest is here. Our guest is here. I shouldn't say your guest.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Gayman. Thank you for holding on. You know, today is Friday, and
I know.
It's a busy time. Yeah, so
for him too, in Monrovia, he took his Friday off to come here and spend.
Yeah, so that's why. Yeah. But I want to appreciate Mr. Kehleboe for coming on the show. You know, one of the good things that came from all of the peace agreement was this governance commission, and the reason why was because we've been following this commission for a while, and like I'll follow the show. Most of the institutions you see today, we never had it before the war. The integrity institutions and so forth. Like for instance, like these RA, the Internal Audit Agency, Land Commission, the National Public Health. It's all these thinking as a result of the governance. And my thing is that the frameworks of those who come up with these institutions, their job is to recommend, and the legislature and the president create it. Whoever occupies it, what they do is different from what the people do. So I won't be holding Mr. Kehleboe responsible for what somebody did doing his institution. That's not his place, because they only create these institutions, and the president appoints people there. Whoever in this era performance is monitored by the president. So that's why. But the main thing is that I wanted to understand, mostly for people to understand this, for us to get to know about the governance commission. I believe that one of the things that people are talking about right now is about our electoral the time frame for all of these institutions. Like for instance, I don't know whether it's in his scope to recommend about the length of time people are inserting tenure position or whatever the case. I want you to explain to us when the idea of these various institutions and the tenure attached to them, how it came about. What were the famous thinking when they decided to establish institutions and they giving tenure? What was the mindset? What was the reason behind it?
Okay, let me just try to regurgitate what you said so I can be sure that I'm answering your question. Are you speaking about the GC in particular or institutions that were recommended to be created by the GC?
Okay, institutions are recommended to be created by the GC, right? When you guys created the institutions, the tenure, like attaching tenure to a term limit, those who occupy in the position, it came from you guys, or it was just something that came out from the legislature or somebody else?
Okay, good question. I understand what you're saying. In principle, let me preface by saying this. All of the institutions of which you just spoke of, as a matter of fact, every institution at the GC came into existence prior to my arrival. The most recent one that actually came online just as I was taking office was the Liberian National Tourism Authority. Now, what I can say in general about tenured positions, the GC, as you mentioned, was responsible for recommending the creation of several integrity institutions such as the IAA, PPCC, and the likes. The general idea behind tenured positions is that you do not want interference from the executive or the legislative branches of government or even the judiciary impacting decisions that these institutions will make. And tenure is, in a sense, intended to protect the integrity of the whatever recommendation that is put forth. Now, of course, we're all human, and sometimes we have our leanings and what have you. But in principle, the idea of tenure positions was to minimize external influences. And for the record, as far as changing tenured positions, that would have to be an amendment by, the Liberian legislature. So the GC cannot, again, we don't implement, we simply make recommendations.
Okay. So maybe I came late too, but for the benefit of the public,
sure.
When many people did not understand this whole thing about the governance commission, when Dr. Sawyer headed it, people just thought it was just a job created for somebody. But I think Madam Sally even headed the governance commission too at one point in time too. But can you please, for the benefit of the Liberian public, just maybe in a nutshell, just tell us the whole idea of the GC that came from under the peace accord, and because what we noticed that they came up with integrity institutions and they help to curtail maybe we say undermining of the public trust and so forth. But just help us to understand the whole idea about the GC and their core responsibility, so that the people can understand and know that is how important this institution is. Oh, LEC, yeah.
Yeah, the LEC, the stuff over there is kind of. I think he needs to go out and come back in. Director Kessler, you go out and come back. There you go. Can you go and come back in, because we're still having a noise? Jeez.
So given when you're abroad, you go to the embassy, so you're always lucky.
That special connection.
Listen, man, you over there, and like I said, when you in that place, like I'm in Florida, right? Everything is right there. The light never goes, water. I mean, the Wi-Fi. I mean, you name it. And they gave you this. I got this 500 channels, right? So soccer game from all over the world. I mean, you watch it and everything. You sit over there, but they say, okay, let's go to Boulevard Hotel for lunch. And so you step outside, everything goes. So you go outside on our road, everything goes blank. Like you right back.
Yeah.
Yeah. The background noise, Honorable Cassidy, the background noise is so bad.
1 second, let me try and change my earpiece.
Yeah, if not, then we have to just reschedule because today's look bad.
Ryan, can you mute him perhaps?
Is this better?
Yeah.
Better?
Tomalin, what do you think? The noise?
It's okay. It's okay. It's okay though.
Okay. Okay, yeah, go ahead. We'll deal with it. If it get too bad, then we'll let you go by 7:30. So we got to reschedule, but it looks bad. But let's go ahead. You were in flight.
Right. So, Mr. George,
yeah.
Just so I can make sure I caught what you were saying, you wanted me to give the audience a brief history on the institution or our core function. What was your exact request,
the core functions of the GC, the Governance Commission.
Right. Thank you. Okay, so the Governance Commission has 5 primary mandate areas. We have our political and legal reform. We have our public sector reform. We have civic engagement, national vision, and imagery. We have national integrity system, and we have our monetary evaluation publication, monetary evaluation, research, and publication. So those 5 areas, they cover specific areas within our society and across government and Liberian society as a whole. What we typically do with those 5 mandate areas is it's intended to focus on issues that impact those specific areas. So take, for example, in the area which is currently headed by our acting chair, Larry Topa, where he covers legal and political reform. Areas in our society, issues that pertains to our courts or within our within our political system, such as, perhaps constitutional review, decentralization, and things of that nature, that falls under his mandate areas. So those 5 mandate areas are created to address issues across the board in Liberian society.
So what's the difference between?
He's frozen.
Are you frozen?
I'm sorry. Yeah, go ahead. I'm having some issues here with connectivity, but
what's the difference between the chairman of the commission and the executive director? What's the difference between the 2 positions?
So that's a good question. The chairman of the board of commissioners is essentially the head of entity.
Okay.
And the executive director is the individual responsible for the administrative and operational functions of the GC, and also serve as the secretary to the Board of Commissioners. The chair, however, can also make recommendations to some of the other commissioners in terms of issues that he believes that they need to look into to help strengthen our institution.
Okay, Mr. Gayman.
Let me welcome Mr. Robert Garguah. Robert Garguah, were you in Chuba or you in Brewerville?
Well, I think I'm in Brewerville.
Yeah, you worse off than Mr. Cassidy.
No, I think he's worse off than me.
Tomalin, you see your homeboy. You see what Robert is. Robert ain't got no light.
No, I'm actually in the parking. I'm actually in the parking deck.
Already dark in Georgia?
No. I'm in a parking deck. That's why.
Yeah. Thank you.
Robert, is dark in Georgia already?
No. I'm in a parking
He's
deck.
in the parking garage.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
But we have our guest here, but he's having technical problem there, connectivity problem.
You know, okay, go ahead. Robert,
so I was thinking that Tomalin, we can reschedule for a better day because he's been going in and out for about an hour now. We've been trying this.
Can you guys hear me? Am I back on?
You hear your voice. Can't see you, that's all.
Oh boy. You can't see me.
Yeah.
No.
Is that better?
There you go. Oh.
Yeah, just reschedule him, man.
Yeah. Honorable, if you hear us, just we'll reschedule you. Today's a bad day for the connectivity there with you guys. Yeah, Robert, welcome to the show.
Thank you, man. Thank you. Just
since you are here, what we usually do on Friday is we use Friday as the weekend review. Everything we have discussed from the beginning to now, and if anything else that is breaking news that we didn't cover, then we'll like to. So let me go to Myean first. Let him bring us up to speed about happenings today. Then we'll go back and go through the week. Myean, are you there?
Yeah, Mr. Gayman, it's a pleasure being here once again. I think the guest is here again. Guest is finding it difficult.
Can you guys hear me now?
It's coming.
Yes. Can we reschedule?
If it's okay, okay to
Yeah,
go ahead.
I think it's better now.
Okay, go ahead. Robert Garguah, it's your turn if you're here. Okay, Robert, have it. Well, today, this Friday is rough everywhere.
Guys, we're in Liberia, and unfortunately, sometimes we have these challenges.
Yeah, it's all right. It's all right. We understand. Okay, I know. Listen, man, you've been on the job just 8 months, going on 9 months. It is a daunting task to take over such a bureaucracy. Let's talk about the vastness of this bureaucracy. I mean, this is a huge institution from what I'm seeing here. It's huge. For some of us that are into management, when it's this, even the U.S. government will tell a private corporation, you need to break it up. Same thing happened with Bell South, Southern Bell, the telephone conglomerate. It was so huge, the FCC had to compel them to break it up for it to be effective. This GAC, from what I'm seeing here, it is so huge. I don't think it's fair to someone like you, who is a manager, to come in and manage a conglomeration of 100 corporations all into one and expect you to be effective. What do you think about the vastness of this institution?
Well, I mean, I respectfully disagree with your assertion. And the reason being is, I mean, ultimately, while management may differ in terms of whatever institution or organization you find yourself, administrative and operational functions, for the most part, still have the same fundamental and core values. So I'll start off by saying that. Secondly, I will certainly agree that the Governance Commission, as it was originally designed and its original intent, it's a rather ambitious project. But it's important to understand that the intent was to capture as many of the issues that are permeating and affecting Liberian society at the time when this institution was created. Perhaps over time, more reforms may need to be done, but I certainly applaud the efforts that were made in order to attempt to address some of those issues. I remember I read a quote somewhere once that said that the journey to perfection may never be achieved, but it is certainly still a noble endeavor to dare venture. So I certainly look at the GC as an institution that adds significant value to our current day realities. And over time, you know, the stakeholders will make the determination in terms of what necessary reforms that institution itself may need to undergo.
Robert Garguah, our guest is here. If you've been following the show, he's from the Governance Commission. At one time, I thought it was called the Good Governance Commission, but here it's a Governance Commission. And its mandate is vast, from reform to establishment to political, the technical, and you mean civil engagement, national visioning, national integrity system, public sector reform, monitoring, evaluation, research and publication, political and legal reform. We're talking about establishment of revenue authority, internal audit agency, land commission, National Public Health Institute of Liberia, the National Public Health Institution of Liberia, Independent Information Commission, Watch Commission, Law and Reform Commission, Anti-Corruption, Public Procurement and Concession. I mean, it goes on and on and on. But he bound the job at 8 months, so to some degree, he is coming into a serious position here.
I mean, I do certainly. I don't doubt the any possibility of achieving something, right? And so I concur with him when he talked about that. My concern is the creation of these institutions with like you said, Mr. Jerome. I mean, the task, there's a lot going on there, right? You know, and the minimum results, right, that we've seen. So I heard him mention past tense, the objective was. And so my question to him is, you know, you've been at the job for 8 months. What has been achieved thus far? And whatever the objectives were, as you said, what is the objective now?
Well, thank you for that question. One of our biggest achievement was most recently when we were awarded by the Office of the President for our outstanding performance when we were subjected to the PMCS process. For those of you who may not know what PMCS stands for, that stands for Performance Management Compliance System. About a year ago, the GC, well, a little over a year ago, the GC had some challenges in terms of, you know, the mark we received at the institution. Of course, that was prior to my arrival because we're talking about, you know, technically 2 years ago in 2014. But however, we were able to turn things around, and in 2025, we were one of those awarded for outstanding, you know, performance and compliance. So that's something we take great pride in. Some of our achievements, as I mentioned earlier on the show prior to your arrival, is we've started to create promotional or informational materials to inform the public of not only our core responsibilities, but also things that the public can expect of us, and that is to come. Back in late January, we launched our electronic newsletter, which can be found either on our social media page and in various chat rooms where we chronicle happenings at the institution. We also have several other programs coming up that will further articulate what we're doing and things we wish to do, some of which I can speak of as I have, and some will have to remain, you know, as we're currently in the embryonic stages of things. So unfortunately, I won't be able to disclose some of them.
So, Mr. Kessler, listen, I do think that because you've been you've been at the job for such a short period, I do think that time is required, and so I will certainly give you that. Again, my reservation when it comes to Liberia, especially governance, you know, we haven't really seen improvement when it comes to the kind of governance, not just the structure, but the kind of results that we need, right? And so the only thing I would say for now, in giving you the time that is required, is we're hoping that, you know, we are not just setting up institutions to add to our already huge bureaucracy, right? We have a very large government with a very small private sector, and the large government has proved to be very ineffective when it comes to providing the necessary services, putting in place the necessary policies that will reflect some sort of relief when it comes to the people, the Liberian people. And so I will wait and see what happens. But I think you would agree with me that, and to a lot of folks with reservations, that we have a lot of work to do when it comes to our governance structure, when it comes to the deliveries, and when it comes to what is in it for the Liberian people. So hopefully, maybe in the next 15 months or so, you can come back and we can expand on some of what you've done, and some of the tax, the things that you've put in place to address some of these concerns that I just mentioned. Thank you.
Sure. And if I may just speak briefly.
Please.
So I think we all can agree that the task of setting Liberia on its proper footing or on the right path to prosperity is a rather Herculean task, and is one that requires all hands on deck. That won't be achieved in 2 years, 4 years, or even 6 years for that matter, because it is a continuous process. I would like to, however, point out that when we talk about institutions that have simply added to more bureaucracy in Liberia, I'm afraid that GC does not fall in that category. I just mentioned a list of about 10 institutions that are very relevant in Liberia today and are contributing to good governance. I mean, I'm sure you've seen some of the work recently of the LACC. You've seen, we recently saw the Liberian National Tourism. I think it was the executive director flew off to Malta to sign an MOU, a bilateral agreement with the government of Malta to promote tourism in Liberia. So there isn't a one-size-fits-all or magic bullet that will solve our problems, guys. And we certainly will not or may not necessarily, score a shot on every try. But we should definitely at least make the effort. And that is what we're doing.
Okay, great. I would like for you to come back. Just a suggestion, at either your first year anniversary, so we can do a good performance review based on 12 months on the job. For now, certainly, everything we do here will be informational and incomplete. But let me go to on the political and technical aspect of your job performance. It says here, number 4, your mandate: monitoring, evaluation, research, and publication. So I don't know whether, because you say you only do recommendations, right? You don't implement, but you monitor, right. You do evaluation, you do research, and you do publication. Okay, let's go to the Land Commission here. The Land Commission has been one of the sticky areas of this country. It is serious. Obviously, if your number 4 here falls within that range, that you have been monitoring the Land Commission, and you have been doing the evaluation of the Land Commission. We will come back to that. I want to talk about that. We want to talk about the abuse, the rapes, and things that are happening at the Ministry of Gender, Children, and Social Protection. You are monitoring that as well. We want to talk about the Public Health the Institute of Liberia, where Dr. Dopoh was just fired, and the Supreme Court ruled on that. You are monitoring all of these things, and nothing, in fact, is going from better to worse. I want to give you a break because you just coming on this job, but if you are monitoring, you the watchdog on this, and all these are happening, and it's getting worse under your leadership, then what should we say about the monitoring and evaluation aspect of your job?
Well, let me start off by saying that each of the things that you just enumerated will have to be looked at on a case-by-case basis, some of which, of course, existed prior to my arrival, and I may not have had the time necessarily to delve fully into them. But nonetheless, that's not an excuse for me not to address them. What I can say is this: as far as monitoring and evaluation is concerned, that is one of the areas we're presently working on strategy to strengthen over at our institution, because when you talk about monitoring and evaluation, you're essentially looking at across the country, across the board, right? It is certainly not just in Monrovia, as you previously mentioned. The Land Authority was established to address land and grievance issues affecting land ownership. Now, as far as whether they're meeting their mandate or not, I think, again, someone from that institution will have to speak specifically to that. The GC monitor and evaluation process, some of which I would rather not address presently, because, like I said, I would be preempting some of the things that we have in place. But bear in mind that this is a rather new administration. I mean, we've essentially just entered, rather just ended Q1 of what? We're talking about less than 2.5 years here, guys. So I beg a little patience. And as you mentioned, at least at my 1-year anniversary, hopefully I'll be able to come back and address some of these things,
Fair enough.
Holistically.
Fair enough.
Yeah, but I just have to push back though, Mr. Kessler, if I may, Gayman, and this is the reason why I don't want to ask a lot more questions than I have, because it's the fact that you are pretty new to this position. But I have to respectfully disagree that this is a relatively new government. This is not a relatively new government. I mean, we're entering year 3, and we're already almost in August. And at the end of 2026, you have literally 1.5 years before major elections. These things have been happening under, specifically what Mr. Jerome just mentioned when it comes to what happened with this whole Dr. Myean situation. These are things happening under this government. These are things happening under this government, and ignored by this government when it comes to these processes, legal processes, due processes, and the Constitution. And I think from all indications, they've shown that they just don't give a damn. So again, hopefully, at your 1-year anniversary, you can come back after you've reviewed all of these instances and put in place mechanism to address them. You can come back and expand on that and tell us. But I just have to disagree that this is relative to a new administration. It's not. I mean, year 3 is not. It's not. You passed the stage of honeymoon at this point.
Ladies and gentlemen, 1 minute, honorable Cassidy, let me reintroduce you. We got about 6 more minutes here with the minister. You can tell he's in Monrovia. He came on for an hour. He's been in and out, technical issues. And he's going to come back at his 1-year anniversary. He will bring the champagne and all that. We'll do that. Then we'll grill him to see. But it's not fair to do an evaluation in the middle of the game. The game is not even over, so we can't do that. So we got to cut him a slack. But we got 5 more minutes here with the minister at 7:30. We will let him give his parting comment. When he comes back, guys, take notes. When he comes back next, got 4 more months here.
No, but there's already plenty of questions we have right now. But we are holding on to those questions. I just don't want him to get us started when he says things like this is relative to the new government. It's not. That was my pushback. But
no, I think he meant his administration. I think that's
his administration. Yes. If that's what he meant, then that's fine.
Yes, I think that's because we discussed that earlier. That I was ready to go gung-ho, and I asked him how long he meant, and he said 8 months. I said, what? Right. 8 months? So we are glad. But one of the things I was the next time you coming back 1 year, I would like to see the jingle that you would like to make. I want one ambassador. So my grandma and my auntie, they can yeah, Mr. Cassidy doing something good. Other than the Republic of Monrovia kind of thing, but I think you got your head on straight. I think you're young enough to hit the ground running. You will do a great job. It's good to interact with people like us and everybody else. The questions that come, you take that back and then massage it. I think your boss man, he's a smart man. He makes sure he put you in the front. Honorable Tomalin, make sure he put you in the front. But it's a good to find out. We got 5 minutes with our guests, and he's done very well. Your parting comments with the boss.
Well, let me start off by thanking you all for inviting me.
Let me go to Fanta, then we'll come to you.
I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry.
Fanta, go ahead. Farewell to the boss, the chief.
No, I think you've said everything, Mr. Gayman. Certainly, let's allow him a full year because this is a public institution and one that is desperately needed for the people. The one that should I wouldn't say be taken very seriously, but frankly, I'm a bit lazy and can't find like better description for that or an alternative for that. So should be taken very seriously because there are a lot of I would say opportunity to rectify or to grow or to reform our public institutions, and we have to do that with a very high level of transparency and complete honesty, and be apolitical as we are doing it. So the people deserve answers. They deserve accountability. I think when we speak of governance, we speak of integrity, we speak of peace. These are things that cannot just be sort of lip service. We have to be very intentional about them. We have to be able to attach metrics to the progress we're making. And those are really important. And then one last thing is, does the GC mandate only stop at recommendation? I know it's not implementation, but also, is there anything as ramifications or consequences? Is there a consequence model for if you make a recommendation to an institution and they do not adopt that recommendation, then what happens, even though you're not implementing it and they are, but is there a consequence model? I mean, we're seeing the PPCC half the time, there are a lot of contracts that go through, which is one of the institutions that you make recommendations to. Half the time there are contracts awarded without the PPCC involvement, and the PPCC was established to create some type of equity, some type of parity for Liberian businesses to partake in the wealth and the building of their nation. The fact that they can't do that and are being circumvented. Certainly, an organization as the GC ought to have some type of intervention to say, hey, this is not functioning as intended. And I think that's really important. So certainly I'm holding off right now, but there are a lot of questions that have to be addressed and addressed with a level of transparency that the people deserve.
Thank you, Honorable Cassidy. Take notes as we go around. In your final comment, you can address. Honorable George, you got any parting comments for the chief?
Well, thank you again, Mr. Cassidy, for coming. And like I know, I mean, like many of the panelists, it will be unfair for just taking a job in 8 months. A lot, especially with a big institution like the Governance Commission. And one of the things that is important we should understand is that prior to the war, we never had all these institutions in our country. But as a result of the Good Governance Commission, we have integrity institutions today. Whether they are doing the right thing or not, those who head in these institutions is another thing. but at least the Governance Commission came up with these recommendations with these institutions to exist. And like before, for instance, the PPCC, before government contract is given to someone, you must go through that process. You got to do the bidding. And prior to that, anyone would try to give the contract to their friend or anyone. But with the Governance Commission, all these things have changed now. But one thing I want to ask Mr. Kehleboe, in his 8 months, what can he tell?
So sorry, Tomalin. That's the very thing, right? The PPCC, nothing has changed about that. The PPCC, the government still awards contract without the PPCC. Exactly. We just saw like the Ghanaian contract was given like to Basa, the agriculture contract, I believe $20 million that was given to the Ghanaian company. The PPCC testified in the legislature that they were unaware of how that contract was awarded from the agriculture ministry to this Ghanaian company. So we can't say that, and that's why I asked that the consequence model. Does something like that exist? Because then we're just institutionalizing for the sake of institutionalizing, and I think we're too over institutionalized. We are institutionalized, and it just there has to be some consequences, and it's not on him. It's definitely not on.
Yeah, but one thing is that we should. For me, I appreciate the GC because we never had the institutions before. Now that we have them, those who occupy them, what they are doing is a different case, right? But at least, like he said, they do evaluation and monitoring. So by the time he want to come and explain what they are trying, whether they have found already or so. When you come back in maybe the next 4 or 3 months, I'm definitely 5 months we'll have a lot to hear from him. But my last thing I want to ask you is that in his 8 months, what can he tell us that he has done that he has what he achieved in 8 months of his tenure as executive director? What have been his major achievement that he can point to say this? Why I can point that I've done this and took over. That's what I want to ask and leave with. Thank you.
Thank you. Before you answer, welcome, Telvi. We got our guest here. He's about to leave. We had him on for over an hour.
I know. I wanted to jump in on my tool before he takes off.
Okay, go ahead real quick so he can answer all in his parting comments.
Right. Sorry. Thanks for coming on. I sorry I come at a tip. And can you hear me though? I see you like
so you're
okay. Yeah. Glad to have you on. Of course, I've never heard about Governance Commission, quite honestly. That was my first time hearing about it. And
where you been? You're on.
I don't even know. You know, Mr. Gayman, honestly, for somebody who spent over 10 years in governance, risk, and compliance, I feel like in Liberia, they create these unnecessary institutions that can be merged and do the same thing. So for me, with all these different mom and pop and different institutions, I struggle with it because there are multiple agencies that you can consolidate and do one thing. But that's not my question. So some of them, my first time hearing about them, you know, same thing like now how they went and created this institution just for yellow machine, whereas that whole institution can go on public works. And I can give them 100 reasons why it's the best place to put public work. But again, every government they come with their own thing. You know, I was coming in and I heard you guys talking about, you know, 8 months. I'm glad Mr. Kehleboe's been here in America. So he knows that when you take on a job, you hit the ground running. So 8 months, that's a lot of time to accomplish a lot of things. I think for us to keep telling him that, you're going to take about 8 months, I think we're patronizing. I think we were evaluated 3 months, 6 months, 9 months on a job. So there's much to accomplish in 8 months to say that, I wouldn't be that 7 months, 8 months, so I haven't accomplished much. No, you took a job, you took over a job description, there are a lot of things. My concern there, as I listened in, driving in, was it had to do where he said that, and this may be above his head, but because he's the executive director, but he said that they only implement. I struggle with that.
No, he don't. He said they
don't. He said only recommend. Sorry, wrong choice of word. He said they only recommend. That's my struggle there, because if you're just recommending something, how do you measure it? Because if you just, for somebody that me, like I said, that's why all my career been in governance, risk, and compliance. So when you recommend something, you have to be able to measure it. It must be attainable. How are you even making sure that the change that you recommended is being effectuated, and how, if I heard you say, oh, we recommend, and it's up to them to do it. So that means if they don't recommend it, it's just sitting up. Because when you recommend things, and I'm glad you work here, an institution has to own that recommendation, and then the process owner got to own it. So it has to be owned on multiple levels for it to take place. But they'll say, well, just recommend, and if they implement it, then what's the point? What the point of implementing? So we implement, and with the hope that, well, let's just hope and pray that they do it. If they don't do it well, at least we did our part. It's a waste of time, in my opinion. So tell me how you're measuring this, how you're making sure that it's attainable, and how you're going back to say, okay, we recommended this, they implemented 10%, 5%, 20%. Now we can move on to something different, or we can go back and make additional recommendation, or we can do other things. I want to know your strategy on this, because all I heard was we recommend is up to them to implement. So tell me more on that, because that one blew my mind.
Thank you, Honorable Keseley. Thank you very much for coming.
Let me just say one last thing before when he closes, he's done. I just wanted to reiterate what, and I think the question you just asked, Delvi, aligns with what Fanta was talking about when it comes to is there any kind of consequence when recommendations are given and they are not followed, right? But the point that I want to make is to what Tomalin was saying is, prior to the war, we didn't have all these institutions, and I think to some extent, when I speak to my pops and others, we had there were challenges, but I think there were more functioning governance system than we do now with all of these institutions, and so I think politicians have taken these institutions. They love the fact that the GC is recommending all of these institutions for very good reasons, right? But from a political standpoint, what I've seen, I could be wrong, is Mr. Cassidy, they've used these institutions for political reward rather than actually making an impact, taking the recommendation, taking advantage of the establishment, the purpose for which these institutions were established, taking the recommendation. No, I'm not.
But the remediation plan, pretty much the remediation plan.
But listen, he has to go. You guys got to make the thing succinct.
Wait now. Why you crying more than bereavement?
I know.
No, because I'm on a contract. I told you he was going to be.
Hey, man. If you're not interrupting for now, I'm finished now.
No, you finish. Go ahead.
But the point Tomalin was making, it sounds as though we are better off today now that we have these institutions that did not exist prior to the war. I disagree. I think we're getting worse. You just said that, Mr. Gayman. So I'm really hoping that, and again, this is not on Mr. Cassidy, because look, he sounds like he knows what he's talking about. But again, if you're just in a position to recommend, and these recommendations are really good, and they can make lasting impact changes, but they are not being followed, then it defeats the purpose of your own job. And so I'm hoping, again, I will give you some time to come back for us to really have an extensive conversation on this. But go ahead.
Thank you, Honorable Cassidy, for coming. Your passing comment, and let everybody know we are all Liberians, no matter what.
We most certainly are. Let me start off again by thanking you guys for inviting me on the program. It was a pleasure to be here with you all. I will say that, again, when I mentioned earlier, the journey to perfection may never be achieved, but it is still a worthy endeavor to dare chart said course. As far as some of the issues that have been raised concerning lapses that may have occurred in some of our processes, the system is not flawless, guys, not by any measure. So unfortunately, there will be some cases that will either slip through the crack, and in some cases, we may just need to do better at. And there's nothing wrong with that. I welcome constructive criticism, because in so doing, we improve, we get better, and our country gets better by extension. I will say that as long as it is in the spirit of improving our country and not just, scoring political points, then I welcome any suggestion. the GC recommendation is made to the Liberian legislature and the office of the president. But even with the office of the president and the legislature, with all of the powers those offices may endow, if an act was created and passed into law, and now here comes the GC making recommendations for some fundamental changes, those changes are not necessarily made overnight, guys. Going back to the word, the word our sister used, one have to measure the current impact and also have to look out for potential unintended consequences. So it's not just something that, because we over at the GC have done, what we believe to have been stellar work, and now we go out and throw it and say, hey, by the way, this is what we believe you should be doing. No, those recommendations are taken into considerations, and as decisions are being made about those various institutions or entities, there are multiple things that go into the final decisions that will have to be made. And this is not an excuse. This is just how the process works. Government isn't something that, say like a private sector entity where you have a board meeting, you get to a board resolution, and then you just, act accordingly. There are processes when it comes to government. Now, over at the GC, as I mentioned, we're not an implementing body. We do evaluation in terms of we measure impact. But that impact is also measured against other variables that may be taken into consideration. Where the other institutions, there are other institutions rather, that are responsible for taking into consideration what we recommend. But that's not done in a vacuum. It has to be done holistically. And there are several factors that must be taken into consideration. So these things, unfortunately, take time. And sometimes our frustration as people who have lived in societies where we see some of these things work, and we wish that for Liberia. We would love, more than anything for that to happen to Liberia. But I'll tell you that and I'm sure he came from a good place. Our brother, I think his name is Bill. I'm sorry if I'm missing his name. I don't necessarily know how he came to the determination that Liberia was better off without some of these institutions, and what barometer he used to measure that. But again, perhaps upon my return, that's a conversation that I would love for us to get into. But once again, thank you all for inviting me on this program. I look forward to returning and entertaining your questions. God bless you all. Have a good evening.
Have a good weekend.
Bye-bye.
Thank you very much for coming, Chief. We look forward to seeing you in August or September.
Certainly.
Thank you. God bless. Bye. Great. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for... Today is Friday. I consider every Friday Good Friday. So 8 o'clock, we got to be out of here. I got to go. I won't tell you what I'm going to do. Because you see, Fanta got her cup over there. I don't know why in that cup. I got
this is green tea. This is lemon, honey. Okay. Now we have some goji berries in here.
Okay.
Oh yeah, lots of stuff.
This lady on a cup that she got in like a bucket. Let me see your tea cup again. Oh, she not cut it down.
It's my
tiny cup. The one she had was like this big.
Oh yeah, that was my mug, my coffee mug. Yeah, it's huge.
Yeah, Honorable Tomalin, thank you very much for bringing.
What's up?
For bringing us some great guests.
Question then.
Some great guests this week. I really loved the one yesterday and the one today too. But yesterday was really, really surreal for most of us. And we need to keep this conversation going. It's part of the healing process. I have a cousin by the name of Daniel Russell. One of the best looking, one of the best looking young men out of Buchanan in the 80s, 70s. The last time I checked, this in 1993, they were running from the war, and they were trying to get.
Good night.
Good night, guys.
Good night, Robert. Have a cool weekend.
Yes, please.
You too. Bye-bye.
And he was trying to get out of Liberia, and they say he got captured at the Mana River Bridge somewhere. It's been 30 years. We have not heard from him, so we assume he was murdered. So we all have relatives and friends that just disappeared. Nobody knows their whereabouts. So yesterday was a very important show. But we got to 8 o'clock. Telvi, do your closing so we can go. Hopefully next time you come on early.
Yeah, man. You know, Friday my self-care day. I will let her go do that little
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We're going to be out of here by 8 o'clock.
No, but you know what? You're the one brought me on because I wasn't planning on coming up. But when you started kind of patting this man, telling him, it must, you know, it must. Like, Mr. Gayman, we're all coming from America.
I'm telling you, I was
he went with Dr. Special. To all people in America, they start evaluating off on day 1, 90 days, 60 days. 120 days. Somebody, all of y'all, but somebody, you're all you there because you know why you're doing it at your body.
No,
but on a serious note, though, when he
and he was the one. Wait. He was the one who said, Friday we got the Cassidy for the good government commission. I'm gonna give it to him. He said it. Tomalin said it.
No, but listen, no, the governance on a serious note, right? Like I said, their job is to recommend for these institutions.
Tomalin, when you eat governance, you don't just recommend.
No. I come in now. So
you recommend. You have a remediation. You recommend a remediation plan.
But listen, Tommy, no, it will be unfair.
Process owners, owners,
I disagree because
you can disagree.
Here's the thing.
Don't disagree.
For instance, right? We know how these institutions are very important. The problem is those who occupy this position.
This Joman Jala guy, we're gonna kick him out of here.
My God, we get a birthday wishes back.
Now, those who occupy the position, right? It's a different case. Like for instance, take for example, okay, the LACC. It's very good at LACC. We know how it before to track corruption. Those who are engaged in corruption, LACC investigate you and prosecute you. Now, whether they do a good job in doing it is not a GC problem.
But that's not the point. You can't just say we recommend it stop there. It doesn't stop there.
No, but the GC they do the evaluation of the institution. Now
evaluate and we recommend and we move on. Whether they do it or not, we don't care. Pretty much that's what you're saying.
But these institutions they don't report to the GC, they report to the president and legislature.
But that's what we're saying.
That's why I said they need to evaluate the institution and what they were made of because you know what happened? We create the institution because we want to pay our people who pay for our party.
The GC is important.
Let me talk about own entire own. They're creating institutions to reward the people who pay for the campaign, who are part of the party or who part of the tribe, who try to hold on the parents friendly way, all of that to reward him. Let me tell you what it is. It's not for really good government. We're using flowery words because if that organization was for truly good governance, they will be measuring some of the implementation. I like how you using industrial buzzwords to say, oh, we measure impact. But when you measure impact, you gotta use likelihood and you gotta use other variables. I was waiting for him to tell me the other variables that they use.
No. So
governance to tell polite camper. Tomalin, please stop acting for your friend.
No, enough friend. I'm back to my friend. My point is this though. Prior to we don't have LACC, we don't have all institutions.
Tomalin. Listen now, real quick. A point of correction, right? I'm coming, but tell me. Before the LACC and the public procurement, people were just giving contract out to their friends, right?
Exactly.
With the procurement, they are doing the same thing. They are giving the contract.
Exactly.
No. I disagree with you guys. I disagree with you guys. No. You gotta follow. No, but then you gotta follow it. You gotta follow.
If government give me a contract, what a free up here, and tell me, Tovina, I want you to evaluate all our agencies, do a complete risk assessment and audit of all our agencies and give me recommendation. Trust me, we will consolidate a buckload of those institutions. Seriously,
yep. They will kill you.
My point is that
you want to
you guys gotta be unfair for the fact that you want to put a blame on GC. No.
Who put the blame here? I'm just telling where somebody
but listen now. The governance commission, the form is okay.
You were not waiting for your friend.
No, but I have a friend business, but they said we recommend to the president. They said they said merge the Ministry of Planning and Finance. So they merge it, right? Or they recommend it. The president recommend legislation, they establish it, right? Now, who is appointed to the position? They're not a GC responsibility, no.
And that's why I said
the president who appointed
to create these things and they stop halfway. Because if it's a true governance commission, you are not just I recommend and I take my phone on, I go to the next one, I recommend, I take my phone, I go to the next one, I recommend. How are you recommendation? How are you making sure that those recommendations I'm doing the necessary impact? How do you make sure you impact? How do you make sure you need a change? Because when you recommend
that's
for
why,
change. How do you?
So Tabina, if the GC recommend to the legislature and the president, and they play their part, so they left for the president and legislature to implement the recommendation.
You're not getting me. You're not getting me.
Wait.
But he said they recommend and they take the foot off the brakes. That's what it is. That's that portion to finish. I'm saying you have not gone through the full circle. There's more to do that you should do. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying you say just exactly what he said. Or we make recommendation and to legislature to the president, and if they recommend, if they recommend, well, not on us. Wait.
So, Elvi, let me wait. Wait, Tomalin, this is very important, right? This is very important.
The Braga people here say we are dog. We get here to bark all day and take a space.
I didn't even see that.
I don't put that business. Tavi, let me help him out, right? Tavi, wait.
Tell me.
Yeah. Tomalin, you have to understand something. What Tavi is trying to say is very important. Governance doesn't mean like you just push the pedal and then the impact after that you are removed from it. No, that's like going halfway. You have to go all the way. I'll give you an example. Financial institutions in the great United States and across the world, let's just limit it to North America and the US, they have something called the OCC. They have OFAC. You know why countries or financial entities end up on that report? These are governance institutions. They're governance institutions. So, for example, like a Bank of America or a JP Morgan, right? The OCC will come in and do their audit. If they find anything requiring attention, they will sometimes give like the institution an MRA or a list of MRAs, matter requiring attention, like right away. That has to be resolved. And if it's not resolved, they will come back with consequences. They will find. I
work with banks for so many years.
You got 6 more minutes to buy.
When you have these institutions who are supposed to be governance body, look, for someone like Talvi, who is a governance person, for someone like myself, who have umpteen years of executive program management, like governance, it's not something that we take lightly. We understand that the process is so intricate. If your project, your program does not adhere to governing principles, like that $1 million, that $10 million, that $20 million, that sometimes $100 million. Look, for a company like Bank of America alone, I run budgets of like 150 million, like 250 million. Our technology budget is nearly $4 billion. Do you understand what it means when you have a country that budget is 1.2 billion? There has to be governing body that can audit those entities.
The governance commission
is not functioning. You're not understanding.
Somebody don't listen to the people.
You
Listen,
have to
tell me.
understand governance to be to understand what we're saying. If you haven't been in that space or don't understand the function of that area, it will be hard to
answer this question. I got a question for you. Tell me.
Me?
Yeah, the person say.
Who let the dogs out?
Every time you come out here, you defend your dealer. They say you like to defend your dealer. So why should he Tomalin defend his buddy? They got you. They got you over here. They got you. You always defending your buddy dealer, right? So why you accusing Tomalin for protecting his buddy?
No, I'm not defending. But my point, Mr. Gayman, is that the governance commission, the institution they recommend for the establishment to the government and the legislature, when it is done, now the president appoints the heads of the institution, those who manage the institutions. The president appoints them, right? They serve at the will and pleasure. Some of them serve on tenure. Now, my thing is that the GC goes back and says, okay, we're monitoring and evaluating the people's performances. So I recommend and send it to those who in charge. Now, all they can do, they can't fire anybody.
Yes, that's you saying that.
You are right, because the president will set up another commission to look at the commission, and then the commission will look at the commission. That's why we're doing commission. They will set a special commission.
In the real world, that is not best practice. Tomalin, he's saying that what they do, but that's not the complete cycle.
So we're expecting to do different.
Bring back. I will open class.
No. We're expecting to do
No. But look, Tomalin,
it helped PBCC not doing the job right. He will fire them. No.
I say you fire.
No.
What he will do?
All right, let me tell you, right? Okay. Tell me, do you want to take this?
We got 3 minutes.
You take it away. Take it away. I wanted to tell you the
minutes.
Let me tell you something, right? So when they make their recommendation, this is what should happen. When they make their recommendations, it doesn't stop there. They should oversee. That's why they have head of these entire processes, right? The person, say, for example, with the PPCC that is head of the procurement process, will have an oversight team. They will assign a project manager or program manager to oversee all of the procurement processes. You understand? So as they make their recommendations, that person who is assigned will have oversight of the implementation if it is adopted. So say it has to go to like the legislative, and say the legislative adopts it, right? Then they say PPCC has to do this. It doesn't stop there. They have to ensure that PPCC follows through with that recommendation. Or if it goes to the legislative and it does not get adopted, they have to publish that report to say, look, this is the recommendation that we made. It went through XYZ process, did not get adopted. Here are the consequences, right? PPCC or the legislative, here are the adequate fines that should be applied to these agencies for not implementing these recommendations. It doesn't just stop at, we told them what to do and we remove our hands. No, then how do you make progress? How do you reform? What do you measure? Where are the KPIs?
No.
What are the key performance indicators?
We got 1 more minute.
Let me add to this. Tomalin, let me add to this quickly. So, like, if you pick up from what he said, they make the recommendation. When you make recommendation, you come up with a remediation plan. And before you even close that, like Frontal was saying, it has to be assigned to, so assigned on multiple levels. So you say you sign it to PPC. Somebody at PPCC, whoever it is, has to be an owner of that recommendation. And then they have to follow up every step of the way, monitor every step of the way to make sure their implementation. And there has to be a timeline to it. So, okay, we recommend this, that it has to be done within 1 year, 30 days, 90 days, whatever it is. And if it's not done, this is the impact to the, I'm glad you mentioned impact. This is the impact to the institution. This is the impact to Liberia. These are the 100 risks that it poses to the institution, to Liberia. If this is not done, And they monitor monitoring, not just so we monitor it to take the breaks, but because everybody using industry buzzwords. You're showing you're monitoring, you're following up. Monitoring is you're following up on these things to show that, okay, 10% have been implemented, 20%, okay, when can you guys implement the other 80%? Because we have a timetable here that within 1 year you will implement this. You only implemented, within 1 year we are back now, you only implemented 10% of this. Where are we now? So you're not shifted over and move on there. You're done. No. You're following throughout the process. It's somebody own that. But if you just think people, we send it to the legislature, we're not here to fire. We don't want to say fire. But he said we said that we're done. Pretty much, and we go to the next question.
But Toby, it's in the chat room. The responsibility, the act that created the GC, the co-responsibility, the mandate, all is in the chat room, right? Read it, you get to understand that their function.
So now, I read for when the man is not telling me what they're doing. What am I doing?
But the man is telling the fact though. What
I'm saying you're not saying the fact. I say it's inadequate. What he's doing is inadequate and it's not best.
But the problem you understand is that Toby,
and he can agree with me that it's inadequate. It's not best practice because he works here.
Okay, guys.
Yeah, but the problem, the thing is that it is left with the appointing powers, those who the institution reports to.
Yes. I'm only not understanding something. We're not condemning him.
Somebody tell me, let me go on my Netflix.
Well, my MVP for the week, right? But let me say this before my MVP for the week. You know, there's something brewing between Senator Kamara Corner and Senator Myean Twine. And yeah, something is brewing between them. And I know next week will escalate, but I think it is. I think the way how they are they're attacking Kamara, I think it's unfair. He posts what misunderstood. I think, okay, they're accusing him of supporting the Guinean government, and it's unfair. That's why today I put my picture out with the Guinean army people, so they protect they give me coverage. So that I went to Guinea. And
let me arrest you.
I hope they go on the floor to remove Amara.
No, but I think that the attack by Myean Twine, the Senator Twine on Amara is unfair. And I think it was unfair. And I don't know. But you know, y'all gotta be mindful. Mr. Gayman, bigger the Gayman today Friday, so that free talk so the Gayman, so without flow small. If you
okay. That's what you wanted.
Let me say this though. You see, where's brewing? You got to pay attention. You see, and Senator Twine, he's up for re-election in 2029. Number one. Number two, he believed that his position, that seat he occupies right now. I'll be honest with you. Don't be surprised if my sister, the Nima Superintendent, declared that she's running for that seat. And now, and mind you, the Nima Superintendent, you know, she's close to the vice president. So, and it came out time there was a friction between Senator Twine and the VP and other people, especially when it came when President Johnson died. So right now, mind what's happening. The politics have started to erupt. And the whole UP alliance is fractured. Make no mistake. The opposition in Liberia, it will be the cause of UP getting re-elected if they don't play the cards right. But the chance right now, the way things are proceeding in UP, it shows that they're on their budget. They're going to lose the election. For election held today in Liberia, I was talking to Peabody a few minutes ago. Peabody is in Nima tonight. Peabody is in Tomalin. From what I've seen so far, election held in Liberia today, UP will not win. Honestly, based on the conversation, because people are telling you, say, I've voted for UP, I supported, I want to get the woman a chance. We get a woman a chance, but right now, no. We're not seeing the difference. So right now, there's a problem between that's emerging. We should pay attention to it. That attack on Amara today is not just for nothing. Honestly, you got to kind of publicly attack your colleague in the public.
I know.
Yes, that'd be frank. Something's happening.
That was quite odd, but still, I mean,
you're monitoring what's happening. Next week, it will get.
What a man who said AI wrote his signature, he ran away from the platform.
Where's your friend Tomalin?
Who's that?
Tomalin. I studied y'all, Mr. Kevin.
Is it? Yeah.
Who said it?
What a man who said AI wrote his signature from your house.
Yesterday,
Oh, you see the problem with these guys? With respect, he must have talking. Oh, we talk. He said, okay, I'll come on the show, but you remind me around about 5 o'clock the next day. I did everything before. I reminded him everything. I said, "Hey, flyer, we fix the flyer. They flyer here." He started dodging, running away from the call. But when I saw the speaker, Richard Kuhn threatening them that you see, if you say something against the institution, we'll take action on you. He justified the removal of Yeke.
Yeah.
And he put in fear in the guys.
Right.
If you thought he would remove you. And you know,
and they all want a little choppy.
Mr. Gayman, look, I pray if I ever get to that House of Representative, I'll be rude, but trust me, the thing people doing with that, every day I'll go after them.
What do you mean if you ever you are getting there? If you make the intention, you're getting there.
The problem is that I heard the speaker making comment like, if you say something against the institution, we'll take action on you. Give me a break.
You're threatening people rights.
They are all equals. The only thing you say, speaker,
of course, you just be starting.
They are all equals. Just that you are first among equals. I want to call you speaker for.
Exactly.
But they're all bots, so that's why they're not going to stand up to him.
Can you imagine how much people are willing to spend just to keep people silent?
Yeah. I know.
The man said,
I mean, you pay that money, you pay
promise just the sitting fee, 5,000 per person. Sitting fee, just sitting. Beside the 25 grand, just sitting fee.
Anytime one of my thing is that anytime one of them up for re-election, somebody put them out. That's what gonna happen.
Yesterday, Mr. Gayman, and we'll support that woman. She on her boss too. The goal is to educate people, the voters, about how to vote, how to get rid of people that's not in their interest.
Yep.
That's the problem with the country.
We all should jump on our bus.
Yes.
The house is the problem. Once they clean our house, we're halfway there.
Look, I think I told Tomalin what we need to do. I told Fanta the same thing. We can't just sit on the sideline. We need to identify 25, 30 women and men, and we say, you know what, we are going as a gang. As a group, we are going to campaign.
Thank you, the talking boss.
Yes, if you're from Nima, we identify people and say, you go there, we'll support you. We just go and do it and take over the place. But for us to just sit on the sideline and say, then we replace the idiot with additional 30 idiot and say, what I want that we can do in Liberia.
So, Mr. Gayman,
to interrupt their tenure, they shouldn't be there saying, you know what, let's just wait for 2029. Get them out. No. If you're not doing the job in your second year, we should be able to remove you out of there.
But are there provisions today that allows for that? Because I've heard conflicting.
We have a recall clause, but the recall has to be approved by them.
And you know they will not approve it.
So we don't have it. Basically, that's what it is, because they say you need 10,000 signatures, right, in the district for a recall. After you have collected the 10,000 signatures, then it has to go through the house. And then
Mr. Gayman, you not check on our man Nagbe? He with the president in Sacramento.
Listen, the man enjoying life. He won't even call anybody because he won't photograph nothing. He will come and say, I didn't want to be there. But when you ask him how was the champagne, he will tell you, boy, it tasted good. But I didn't want to be there.
On a serious note, that whole visit the president main ceremony, let's be frank, at Jefford, I mean, it means nothing to the country. Nothing.
Listen.
Nothing. What better than LeBron get from it?
It's not even a university. It's a paid organization.
Funny organization called itself.
I know the Nigerian guy that run this stuff. I know it's a scam.
And then you give him people.
The president said scam. So scam. Scam is scam. Scam like
you got to scan. Listen, I gotta go do my Doma. It's almost 8:10. Guys, I'll see you Monday. You'll be on time. Well, I don't have to say that to find out because Fanta always here.
My MVP for the week is Councillor Yvette Chesson Gibson.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Okay, let's Fanta, your playmaker, the politician of the week or political move of the week, whatever of the week. Who will you pick and why? Why you think about it? Let me go to tell me your politician of the week, political move of the week, or player of the week.
I was in and out of the show, honestly. Yesterday, I listened for 10 minutes.
We're going by the whole week.
Oh, just Liberia?
Yes.
Anybody. We are everybody for the week.
You people, they can make it hard for you to even put your money on there. Or to even put your signature on there. I don't know. I can't know. Seriously. No, I just find it funny. Those ones. No, funny because some remember Briggs. She's working. Funny.
Well, you can do the best or the worst.
The worst. I'm going for the worst.
Who the worst?
Someone said she was not in the country. So they were now a secretary. She jumped in. She said, "Oh, I can do a taxi over. In fact, he roll, he tears, he town." Like, sister, which one of the story we first will take? Are you mad because you get to her money and Bill has said to buy kind of what you told your own address up with it or the other things with it? What are we talking about here? You said that now you said that you can do 1,000 times over and Yaka is a fraudster. What story was supposed to believe here? And they are the one who said that AI sound for him, for me, those were crazy stuff. Nothing else.
Either God was all kind
of Mr. Gayman, I thought yesterday, you guys say that the women group not saying nothing. They woman attack his person. They woman insult him. They woman accuse him. Women group are silent. He said, but when he gave him that time, when he responded to that woman, and a woman group attack him, he responded then too because they should have cautioned the woman. If you haven't proof what you say about this man, provide evidence and the proof. Say the man the most corrupt lawmaker in the country. You can't, man. He said, Tomalin, I'm telling you, use your platform to say the women group they are silent. They don't say anything. I was attacked. I was insulted by this woman. She accused me of being the most corrupt lawmaker, and women groups are silent. When I respond to her, they shouldn't play the woman's card. Now, so I want you guys, y'all who they advocate, Fanta, y'all who can be advocating, you're silent.
I don't advocate for like.
But they accuse the man. The man say you were insulted and attacked.
Yeah, but you accused him of being a fraudster. You have to have evidence. So let her bring her evidence. I saw a post for you that said that. She needs to bring evidence between now and Saturday, otherwise he's going to retaliate on Sunday. So it's not a fair game. You cannot call me fraudster and you can't prove it. Then I will come back to and talk my own. Probably be the judge.
Yeah, but my advocacy is not selective. It doesn't matter if you're a woman or like what have you. If the punishment fits the crime, let them go at it. I mean, both of them are. I cannot quite put my name on the line for either party. So let him go and let him go after her. I think it's fair game. Like if you can ditch it, you should be able to take it. My advocacy is for the voiceless. It's not for these people. I wish them the best in their back and forth, definitely. Speaking of advocacy.
Yeah, go ahead.
Speaking of advocacy, have you guys signed this? Like you guys, I'm trying like not to like charge you guys here, but why have you not signed this petition? I don't understand.
I'm going there now while we're here.
Tomalin, have you signed this petition?
I'm going to sign it.
I'm gonna see.
I am so disappointed in all of you. You guys are supposed to be the first people to sign this.
I will sign it because the people are doing bad. So I will look at it this weekend.
What is there to look at? Like you guys sign petitions for like the dog crying outside. Like this is people's lives.
But it's a release that just came from executive mansion.
Tomalin, that petition is way more important than any release that comes from that executive.
Garguah has directed the managing director of the Liberia Airport Authority, Honorable Ernest R. Hughes, to resume active duty following the conclusion of
I am so happy for that. I woke up to that.
A team of experts. So Ernest Hughes is back to his job at the Liberia Airport Authority. So they bought a piece of a line they bought for nothing.
Lie on the people charge for nothing.
And now
who was that?
Ernest Hughes. At the Liberia Airport Authority. the president told him to go back to work. And also, he suspended somebody now. President Barker also suspended Mrs. Josephine Greaves, Assistant Minister for Research Planning, General Ministry, without pay. President Barker also suspended Mrs. Josephine Greaves, Assistant Minister for Research Planning,
He's listening and on the show.
Yeah, you be watching CNN.
He's show at once.
Yeah. So they suspended the woman. Josephine Greaves. Assistant Minister of General Ministry. Oh, she in trouble. We'll all pay.
I don't know her.
She definitely needs to go because the crimes that are being committed against the women and children of this country, and I have not seen an intervention that is worth even mentioning. So definitely there is some incapacitation there that does not need to be rewarded. So
Fanta, which one of the chat room? Because I'm in the TCA chat room. I'm not saying which one.
You said she posted yesterday. I posted it yesterday again.
We got several chat rooms.
No. Just the one, the TCA panelist chat room, where it says inside TCA panelist.
Okay.
Yeah.
TCA is creating chat room now like AI. Just multiply.
Kehleboe, I need you to sign that petition.
Organization, I got 20 chat room.
Your Nima senator accused. Your Nima senator attacking on the last senator. How you do in Nima?
Lord, the thing that mentor, the thing you and talk. He taught like a 7th grade student.
He taught
like where did it even come from? It didn't even look like it was provoked. So it's political.
All it turned into whatever in Nimba. But he taught like a 2nd grade student. Because if you go on my Facebook page, everything is detailed there. Look, Tomalin, the problem in Liberia is many of us Liberians, I can say, many of our Liberians are mentally deranged. We don't know what we're talking. I would say so. Wow. I said many of us. I would say that. Now, I want to just say something outrageous because this is what works in the country, right? Tevi, this is a country. Everything there is about donor, right? Our military was trained by donor funding. It was not Liberian government budget. So when donor provide you, they report to that funder, right? It was the recruitment. I was in Monrovia. The recruitment was done by donor community. It was not done by Liberians. The testing was done by SSR. They were giving tests to them, even when they were recruiting the police. I was even asked to be part of the training at Stella Maris because they wanted a certain number of police officers to be female, right? So they have to even drop the standard to 9th grade just to take women in the police. And they have to provide them English and little calculation, like GED training kind of stuff. Sister Mary Lauren was involved. One of my friends was involved. He asked me if I wanted to be part of it. I didn't have the time. It was a donor-driven affair. Why do you think the donors were not reporting to the people who were giving them the money? So if you go on Facebook, on AI, it even gave you much more detail. CIA does report on all the countries around the world. They gave, in fact, what I posted on my Facebook, on my page, if you go there, they say Liberian Army was built just for local stability. It's not an army to project itself, not for projection, not for military projection. That means they can't fight in another country. That's a civilized way of saying it. They say it's not meant for military projection. That means you can't project power or any other country.
So they improve afterwards?
Look at the budget.
No, and it's intentional, Tavi.
Just follow the money trail.
It's intentional. They do it to like weaken to weaken that military.
Because I know over time, I was in Liberia when they brought Brownie Samuel, when they brought Ellison, all of them,
No, Ellison was the NSA.
NSA. Okay, yes, that's true. That's true.
He was for the money manufacturing plant. Manufacture the money. All the government, Alam Johnson, Saleh Joshua, or President Barker now, NSA has become a money manufacturing plant. It's where they put all the money. The money they've allocated to NSA, you compare that to what has been given to AFL, is minuscule.
Yeah.
But NSA, nobody knows what they do. They say they are gathering intelligence. They got economic crime unit in NSA. They got
cybersecurity there.
We got all kinds of things there. But it's meant to just siphon money. That's all. And there is no law that says you can't audit NSA. There's no law. But all the president can make their own law. They say, oh, you can't audit NSA. I mean, it's a sad thing in the country.
You got to have Julius stealing from NSA.
It's not a Julius stealing. In fact, if you compare all the past two presidents, in less than 3 years, what Bwaga has given to NSA is more than what we are and Ellen Johnson Sirleaf gave to NSA. So you can see that the pace at which Bwaga is allocating to NSA will actually surpass all the presidents in 6 years.
Yeah, but it's intentional.
The top of the country resources is taking place.
Yeah, it is very intentional. When your army is donor dependent, what do you expect to happen? Especially if that donor, especially if that donor country or agency have identified valuables that they want to exploit. Look. The fact that they will give you pennies and you'll be so wide-eyed thinking that, oh my gosh, I see gold, when they're actually digging the actual gold and have army bases. Look, any country that has a foreign army base, you should be very worried. That means your army is weak intentionally. Your army has been weakened intentionally.
I'm a military foreign base here. But look, Fanta, hold on one minute.
No, but wait. I absolutely disagree with that. I think that we should further investigate that. That's what they would like us to believe. Unofficially, Liberia does not have any foreign military base. But we know that Liberia has been very active in the support of foreign bases, especially that of the United States. Liberia was very active in, I believe it was World War I and World War II. In fact, as we speak today, the base is still active on the Lake Piso. There's a U.S. military base on the Lake Piso. Even when you do these tours, whenever you're back in Liberia, go to Cape Mount. They have these tours, very local, still safe, where they take you on the Piso, and the tour guide will point. There are YouTube videos. Very recently, the tour guide will point. That's the U.S. military base. So they might not want to say, "Oh, we have active military base in Liberia," but they do. The U.S. Army never left Liberia. They're still here. So
I never said I didn't say that they left Liberia. But Fanda, hold on 1 minute. I wanted to make comment on the issue Tomalin George raised about Yeke conversation with Yeke. You know, I've said this and I want to repeat myself. The so-called women activists in Monrovia are largely job seekers who just timidly disguise themselves as female activists. Look, I mean, there are instances that we can actually parallel to come to that conclusion, to support this conclusion, right? If you take the case of the girl who the American so-called missionary was trying to cut her throat because he had a affair out of it. How many women did you see in the street?
Exactly.
If you see the Brian Magay, it's a Unity Party person, close to Waka, with the rape issue. How many women voices did you hear in the street?
Yeah.
NSA, a senior officer of the NSA, sodomized a young boy.
Mm-hmm.
How many women did you see in the street? So if you put all these things,
Kehleboe, you can't say that. They are not being found guilty. Don't. Yesterday, man, sodomized. You can't say that. You want to quote him? You are found guilty.
Okay,
you can say that.
Allegedly sodomized.
I don't know what day you guys so energized about this particular case. Any other case we can talk about. This particular case, you guys so like, ooh,
about the police. You are clear.
Tomalin. I know you're quick to fall for these jargon. Alleged. I come here, bro. Let me finish. I would not say that. No, I know. I understand. I come here. Let me say something. Alleged. That's on you. Every time you have to pick up on you jargon. Let me tell you something. If people don't want to be here, responsible, they want to always say I'm clean. Put in systems that we have checks, that I don't have to think that you're stealing money. I can go and see the system, but nobody implements system. So guess what? We'll live on alleged till Judgment Day, because there's no system in place to prove anything. You know that, right? If you go to the Senate right now, they don't follow procurement law. They don't follow PML law. So we might just say alleged, right? We'll just be singing alleged all day.
Yeah.
But the reason why I came on the show, I'm going to put in a shameless plug. Our nephew, a long Liberian kid, might be drafted on that running back, second team All-American for University of Nebraska, Emmett Johnson. Look out tonight.
Nice. Congratulations. Yeah, Tomalin like and is alleged. I don't know.
NFL?
Yeah, NFL.
Wow.
Nebraska, he was a running back at Nebraska. He was first team All Big Ten running back, second team All-American.
Your nephew?
No, I say our nephew, like Liberian community, we know the mom and dad and all that thing, but not blood relative, yeah. So
wow.
So right now, so there's a watch party going on. Look up for Emmett Jackson. He's going to put Liberia on the map. Yeah. He grew up.
Wait, there is already another Liberian in the NFL though, the Kamara boy. Yeah. So Liberia is already on the map by the Kamara.
That's why I say another one. Kamara.
No. I'm very offended. I'm so offended.
No.
I'm so offended. No. You always take everything from the Kamara. You are the first in the air.
I'm going to push back. I'm going to push back.
I don't understand.
I promote Liberian. Even during the Super Bowl, the defensive coordinator for Seattle Seahawks is a Liberian.
Yeah, like the first Liberian in the NFL was a Kamara, or is a Kamara?
No, he's not the first Liberian in the NFL with Kamara.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, trust me, he's a good player though. He's a very good player.
We have Thomas Tappet.
We have Thomas Tappet.
No problem. We'll give it to the Kamaras.
Oh, no, we'll give it to Kamara.
Thank you.
Our Emma statement on the Liberian women advocate, the so-called advocate. These instances have happened. They didn't talk. Okay, now. And I think a lot of the women who call themselves advocate in Monrovia, these Monrovia-based or gender advocate, a lot of them are Unity Party partisan. I mean, that's my conclusion. So when someone who is maybe a CDC-leaning person is alleged to have been involved in something, the voice gets louder. If it is ANC, the group gets loud, the voice is louder. But if it is Unity Party leaning person or membership or member, they all say they wait for judgment. They wait for police investigation. And it is very sad. So honestly, I have no value and respect for urban-based women activists. I say that with great deal of credibility on this matter, because I have not only observed that in Liberia, but I've observed that in Nairobi, I've observed it in other countries. I think that is a trend in metropolitan, gender activists or whatever they call themselves, they tend to be politically active, and they have a particular political view, and that is what they project as women view, as women issue. When it's on the other side that contradict their political view, then they tend to give other reasons for that, because in some instances, which is very natural, people don't want to suffer from cognitive dissonance, where you know what is true and you've contradicted yourself. Then in some instances, you tend to just say, like my mother used to say, when you start with a small lie, you just got to continue, because anytime you want to contradict yourself, your inner voice say, oh, but you lied the last time. If you say the one that people will know. So, and I think that's what is happening to the urban-based women group. They lie, they call themselves women activists, but they are political activists. And they advocate for only a particular political view. That's what they do.
Yeah, like I think there's definitely some truth to that. And like that's why just be look, if you're gonna be an activist, just be an activist. Be very impartial, and just stand for the truth. I think these alignment with gender activists and female activists and like this activist in its very self is very biased. And
well, Liberia got fake activists. The only country activists, as soon as they get in job, they get in decent job, or they get something and they say my days of activism
It's over.
It's over. I'm too old now. I turn it over to the young people. And then I want to ask something on the military thing with America. And I saw the senator from River G yesterday, the little video. I mean, it was disgraceful. Right now, if you go on the internet and you can find out how many active military division in the U.S. Armed Forces or in the U.S. Army. I mean, that's not, if I tell you, say we got 5 active division, is that classified? It doesn't mean anything. But to say that telling all the numbers, our military strength is exposing national security information, I mean, it was shame coming from a senator. I don't know what kind of political point he was trying to score, but that was shame becoming a senator. So I'll leave it at that. And our military, I mean, we treat them like houseboys. We treat them like houseboys. We don't have no regard for the military. I mean, if you go see what the barracks look like, it's disgusting. We treat them like houseboys. Those places were rebuilt, cleaned up by the U.S. government through Danco, train, and they handed it over to them, and the rest is history. The rest is history.
But on the Senator Twine, first of all, when Kamara spoke in the chambers, the Senate floor. He's protected by that. So why am I investigating the man for?
No, Tomalin, not even protection. Tomalin, if I tell you, say,
I understand that what the man said, he spoke at a podium that is protected by law.
But Tomalin, Dopoh Gongloe, if I tell you, say, the Armed Forces of Liberia, there's 2 brigades. Am I spreading classified information? There's 2 brigades. If I say there's 50 men and 250 men and 10 women, is that classified information? It doesn't give anybody no advantage. That he was just trying to score cheap point. Because if he understood what he was saying, okay, we are a 2,000 man army. We're going to pass supplementary budget to recruit another 600 more. It's written on paper that we're going to recruit additional 600. So why can't we tell you the original strength and we're adding 600 to 8? So what's the classified information that is being exposed? I mean, that was just cheap. That was just cheap.
Very cheap, man.
Mm-hmm.
Look, at the end of the day, we definitely need to do better with our military. These are the people we expect to sacrifice themselves when something happens to us. And the fact that we do not allocate enough funding for them to lead decent lives, honorable lives, means that our priorities are definitely out of order. And then we want them to go and sacrifice themselves, for pennies. And even when they're going on the front lines, what are they going to leave with their families? Like in other armies, those most military personnel are set. Their kids go to school for free. They go to school for free. There are army benefits. You see what happened to the benefits of the widows or the benefits of the army. It got siphoned and stolen by what's his name? Samuka. And rather than them making an example out of him and actually locking him up where he should rot for the rest of his life for violating the trust of these people, they turn around and made him chief of the Yellow Machine Club. Like, what does this say about not just our justice system, but how we treat our people? And then we expect them 2,000 men to protect nearly 6 million people? The math is not mathing. Who's doing the computation?
Yeah, but we can't afford we can't afford a full. I mean, we can't afford 50 to 75 million out of a year put to one institution. We can't afford it. I mean, that's just the reality.
But we can find 53 million. We can find 53 million overnight to allocate towards nonsense, like to remove Yaya Kaloba.
Yeah, I mean, we can't.
But we can find 50 million for the AFL.
I can find that thing that if you recruit me, you recruit me.
Probably the entire AFL budget is 18 million, but we can find 53 million now overnight.
I mean, it's absurd. That thing of like, if you recruit me, I come in there, I get married.
Exactly.
My wife become part of the state property. Mm-hmm. My children, medical, lodging, and everything. The military is a very expensive endeavor.
But it's necessary.
It's necessary. So, but then you have to prioritize it. When you see these other country military, just go Google and see how much the budget goes toward the military. You're looking at hundreds of millions.
Just speaking of yesterday, I'm not sure if you listened to this show. Councillor Chesson Gibson mentioned this, that one of the things, one of the indicators where she saw, even though it was too late, that there was going to be a coup, is that a friend of hers,
the living condition.
Like a friend of hers went into the barracks and she was taking too long, and she decided to follow behind her. And when she followed her, when she saw the living condition of the military, of the AFL soldiers and their families, what she described as them living in like matchboxes or refrigerators, she immediately tried to get a hold of Tolbert to say, look, make some allocations here, otherwise you're going to have a coup. The timing was not on their side, and the country went into ashes. So the fact that we cannot make excuses. Look, we cannot make excuses when it comes to our military. We have to prioritize the lives of these people. These people sacrifice way too much for us.
Yeah, but find out it's a two-way street.
The military budget should not be less than 10% of the national budget.
Yeah, but guess what? It's a two-way street. We have to allocate the money, and the military leadership has to be responsible. Let me tell you, I've been into shuffling. It's deplorable. But besides that, there's certain things. No. Guess what? I wore a uniform before. There's certain things that you take care of yourself.
Thank you for your service, man.
Guess what? There's certain things. Guess what? Maintaining the lawn, keeping the building painted. You don't need outsider. Keeping your facility clean. That's different. If you're keeping something clean and it's breaking, I will give you a pass on it. But even the basic things to keep clean that's surrounding is not being done. And you know what? I don't blame the troop. I blame the commanders. We have something we to do. We to call it GR party. Saturday, if I tell you the one thing I learned to do, I can wax and buff a flow.
When last were you in shuffling? When last were you there?
I was in shuffling 4 years ago. 4 years ago.
Who was the head of the military?
The former NSA director was chief of staff, and then I didn't know who, and then the defense minister was deputy chief of staff. I didn't know who was the commanding general or the brigade commander.
I don't know this guy. They got no history.
Yeah. I went in there. Fanda.
I got to bow.
Yeah, my I got to bow too. Nobody cuts your grass.
Cheers. You have a good weekend. We'll continue the party maybe on Monday. I'm not sure.
Hey, Jumada, there is no tequila in here. Stop spreading rumors.
And then people say somebody more correct. They say so Tamahali and Carl Payma were the first NFL.
Tamahali, Carl Payma, Vicente Shanko, or Mansfield Rato Jr., all of them playing in the NFL.
I'm a basketball person, so
Thomas Tapper.
I don't watch football. I don't understand the game, so I don't watch
it. So Kehleboe, what do you do on a Sunday?
My people, the news are hearing. I can't announce it, but they definitely are here.
They have news again. And what piece of money we know?
I just getting a call from some big.
Is a message or a doom?
I will not call me, but
don't break it.
That's somebody that everybody know on the platform.
Which level of government?
Oh my God!
No.
Which level of government?
Don't break it. I tell you, and that family break it.
I can't break it. I just want
the family break the news. I'm breaking news. Let the family break the news.
Our heart goes out to the family.
Go off camera and do your talking. You know, you already broke the news. Everybody will be impacting you. So I go off camera. That's all.
We are breaking news. Amen. Oh God.
So, Mr. Dix, you want to know what I do? I play tennis. I'm an avid tennis player. I used to play soccer, but I don't play soccer anymore. So, and I watch European League when I'm home on Sunday. But like I just came in. I just came from playing tennis. You know, I come from work 4 p.m. I go to the tennis court, play, if you just go and you just Google my name, you know why you're sitting here, Kehleboe Gongloe, U.S. Tennis Association, you see my ranking, everything. I have my account, you see my profile. And I was vice president for operation for the Liberia Tennis Federation. If you go to
so then why we can't bring tennis to Liberia?
If you go to SKD, you don't have to know me. Just go to SKD.
Tennis right now.
If you
like
go to
as a
tennis
national
court,
sport?
yeah, if you go to Liberia to the tennis court and just say, I came to look for one medical speedometer. And everybody so that's Mr. Gongloe, he's in the US, he's not here. Because I'm one of the fastest runner on the tennis court.
Speedometer.
I play with young kids. Even here in the US tennis or tournament, I'm part of two groups. I'm part of 20 years and over and 40 years and over because of my speed. They say even though I'm in an age bracket to be part of 40 years and over, but I must be also, I'm qualified because of my speed to play with young kids. So I play in two different groups.
Oh, that's good. But then Jamal Jara is wrong then. Like, why are you always picking on you and your
Gongloe,
I grew
up in Yekepa. There was we had a ton of tennis tournament in Yekepa. One time there was a guy that came. His last name was Nyenwolo. He was one of the best players in Liberia.
Nyenwolo.
Yeah, I remember.
He lives in Belgium.
Okay, I remember that guy. He came there. He came Yekepa.
For some reason, let me tell you. You know which Agnew group has produced some of the best tennis players in Liberia? Kissy.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I don't know why. A lot of
probably that running up and down the Wologisi there. Yeah, I remember. I think that was like 86. He came Yekepa. There was a tournament out there. Mm.
But those are games that have not developed in the country. You know, every time we attempt on tournament, we don't even go. If you just qualifying right, Liberia is eliminated.
Yeah,
so but in West Africa, they have ITF tournament going on between countries.
Yeah, but that was what I was asking. Like,
imagine,
I thought. So, is there a team in Liberia that participates in international, like on the international level?
Oh yeah, Liberia is always represented, but sometimes Zoga would speak to that because I met him. We talk about the budget when I was vice president for operation. Sometimes the youth and sport will allocate whole budget year, $800 to the Liberia tennis.
But so let me ask you, because back, I know when we built SKD, it was a sports complex, there was a tennis court there, but it was barely used in the 80s. So I know then they had
but it's not a popular sport, right? So you see certain class of people go there to play.
Okay.
And a lot of the kids who live around that community, they call them ball boy. And that's how they teach how to play. So they go there to pick the ball for the guys when they're playing. And at the end of the game, they give them little thing. And now they to go home and buy rice for their family. So some children is their job. Every morning they go stand there. People, because most tennis players who go there, the big guys driving a car, as soon as it go, then they hold your tennis bag. I'll put your shoe on. They do all this kind of thing just to get something. But the sad thing is tennis is a very good sport. Very good. But the country is missing something. There are young people in the country who really have the talent and who can do better and put Liberia even on the international map, and the country is not investing in it. So
I play tennis and volleyball. Tennis and volleyball.
They have private coaches that are better than SKD. Like Remesa Euro in Kehleboe, the guy is private coach. I played there with him. Siaga Ture to over the St. Paul River there, the guy is tennis coach there. I played there with him a couple of times. Siaga Ture, by the way, is one of the good tennis players. At his age, he's very fast.
I remember they used to play Saturday morning by Coca-Cola Factory here in the late Benabasi. They used to play back then in the 80s.
Yeah. So, so it's a game that is really good, but the private coach, like Mrs. Warwick, by a Catholic hospital there, she had a tennis coach in there. I used to go play there sometimes. So they got private coach here and there. People develop it. And the SKD, it's just 3 coaches. Just the whole country, just 3 courts.
Wow.
So government has not developed it to even say, okay, we're going to make sure that every high school, at least each high school in each county must have a tennis court, just as you have a soccer pitch. And let's put a tennis coach and develop the game, you know, because this is a game that young people, I mean, I didn't start playing. I came from Glaze up here, a village. So I didn't love about tennis. I learned this tennis when I was old. But then I fell in love with the game. We grew up playing soccer. But when I learned, I said, I wish I had known this thing when I was like maybe 10 years, 5 years old to start learning it. Like I'm trying to teach my daughter now to play tennis. I'm going to put her in tennis summer camp this year, you know, because it's a very good game. I mean, you got to be alert. You have to know your strategy, and you have to have the speed. I will encourage Tomalin George to learn how to play because it's a
Tomalin too lazy. Tomalin too lazy. Tomalin can play no sport. Tomalin too lazy.
It's a cardio sport.
Too lazy.
All right, yeah, good night. I'm out.
The reaction span for that is like seconds. And you know yourself, the ball must not bounce once, not twice. You have to hit it by. So you have to hit the ball by.
Tomalin lazy. Tomalin can play no sport. Tomalin doesn't play any sport.
I play basketball. Where are you? I play basketball and soccer.
Find out when this sport Tomalin play that Mava.
And the other sports.
Tomalin play Mava and Ludo.
And Chaka.
No.
We play Mava and Ludo. No running, no sweating. Mava and Ludo.
Tomalin is always walking, always exercising.
It's good to walk. You all know that? Good to walk. I play basketball though. If you grow up, if you come on Firestone, you play basketball or soccer, then you know all the
Tomalin, you the only man that grew in the concession area that don't play any sports.
What? My man, if I come to younger, I will go to the NBA. You know what I'm saying?
I will call your Firestone brother and clarify it. Don't worry. You know I got it.
So Tomalin, you rather play good basketball?
Man, I want a power forward.
Which team you play for? Which team you play for? Because they were
Spartans in
really?
Yeah.
You play for who?
Spartans in Firestone.
I ain't about that team before.
Were you a starting player or a sub?
I'm not a starting player, but as Duaru Beslo, as Versus Tour, as who again?
He said Duaru Beslo?
Yeah, Duaru Beslo.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah, but if I add, I will get good answer because Duaru said he play no sports.
Who?
Duaru said he play no sports.
Duaru, I want point guard. This is called Duaru Magic. I'm telling you. This is called Duaru Magic.
No,
I said, you know this. When
I will get all of your
basket, you see that score. Come on, DJ, we want some more.
I will get all your rapport, yeah. I will get it. It's if I can play, but when for you, we'll get it.
You know this. When playing, yeah, the girls are singing. You see that basket, you see that score. Come on, Tomalin, we want some more. Come on, DJ, we want some more. Oh man.
You ready? Jerry's that Friday, eh?
Oh, today Friday, I'm having fun. No, but that news I hope it's not true. It's devastating, man. What?
Yeah, but you already spoiled it.
Hey man, who's that, man? Who's that?
No, man.
Which was problem? I
Yeah,
mean, you
but
spoiled
it's
it. You are just to go off camera, but the way you're talking
man,
now,
but the person, man, what? Yeah, man, devastating.
if it came to you, then it's true because you are a news.
But you call me to tell me.
Then it's true.
It happened. What?
Yes, then it's true. And it's very.
I know.
sad,
You also see also on Facebook. I know that.
But I know Liberians
Liberian
culture of announcing.
Is it happen on a flight? So on a flight, so you know, a Liberian on a flight, you also see on Facebook.
Wow, there you go.
Yeah.
On a flight where? On a flight in the US?
At JFK, yeah.
Yeah, man.
Wow.
Somebody called the person. They try to resuscitate the person, but the person walking through. Damn it! That news was shake. A big news there.
Yeah, man.
There you go. So no, but you know, I was talking to Peabody today in Nimba, and he said Is that Tomalin?
What people want to do in Nema?
The man get project. The mission got project.
Yeah, the man got philanthropist. No.
So, you know, Tomalin, right now, I tell you right now, election here today in Liberia. He said, don't be surprised, we are wrong, we are win. I said, eh? So I'm telling you. Say the people in Nima, people telling him
when is the election? When is the election Peabody? When is the election, Tomalin?
No, he said election here today.
Yeah. So that election is 2029.
Yeah, but just imagine he in Nima and people telling him they're saying that look, what they say that the woman fool them. So that's what I say. My friend Kunga, a tough job.
My man, leave that top there. Leave that top.
What am I leaving for?
Don't turn so far. What come?
No, you scared to talk about it? No, you
scared. They're mother. I scared.
But you scared. You don't want to talk.
No, because
my friend give me briefing.
Because I have suspicion about this thing you're doing. So I don't want to say this game, but you know.
What game? My friend was there talk today. I called him. My friend, my buddy in Liberia, in Lima tonight, sleeping there. He said, what? I beg you, yeah. You talking so? My man.
But that's not a scientific view. That is not a scientific view.
The idea from what you have heard or what you have been listening to, people talking in the other people.
Yeah, but Tomalin, that's anti-donor thing. That's not anything you can.
The idea for the fact that is me tell you something. I want 2023. I want to register the vote. I want to register the vote in April. When I got to Liberia, I knew, I sensed that. I told Ben, I sensed that cities were in trouble because everywhere I sat.
Okay, what year you sense that? What year you sense that?
2023. I want to register the vote.
We're not going to take our discussion to this.
Yeah.
No. We are not going to take our discussion to this. I think
why?
I think we should talk about the most current issue. The most
I gave my
current issue is the ongoing intolerance. I think it's the ongoing intolerance of the Unity Party government.
Okay.
The fact that anybody who is critical of the government is giving some names. Like if you talk, President Boaga said the dogs are barking. Don't listen to them. When you say the one, oh, the man must be investigated. Or Yaga say the one, they expel Yaga, but the Guinea Suyos are still at the border. Let's look at what the trend, the growing intolerance of the Unity Party government. That is what we should talk about. You know, and I think that's the most issue now. You know, maybe if you like, you can even take call for people to share their view on this matter.
Hey, Kehleboe, so you
are not muted though. So
Kehleboe, I gotta ask you a question. Or you're a math, so you got a mathematic background, right?
Answer the question, man. I see you, Kehleboe.
Yeah. So you were teaching in Liberia before you came. You were teaching in Liberia before you came out here.
I've done teaching jobs. I've done teaching through my life.
Okay.
Through all my life, I've been teaching.
So do you see the need? Okay, so the reason I'm asking you, the reason I'm asking you because the reason I ask you. Okay, Kehleboe, the reason I'm asking you, when we came to college here, if when you go do math at a university, if you go in the engineering or the STEM track, you take these calculus classes. If you go in social science or business track, you would take calculus for business. Even though it's calculus, but you know there was different levels. So don't you think we need to adjust our curriculum at a higher ed level? Because if I go to University of Liberia, what I'm doing engineering, I'm doing management, we're all going to take that same. And we're all going to take that same math class.
No. It's not. It's the same way it's designed. The same knowledge. Or for business students, they do what you call decision calculus, right? It's the same kind of calculus, but in terms of application, it's still there was business applications, right? Okay. But it's not even management students though. Students who do economics, you know, are the one who take like the business math. They call it math 203, which is really business calculus, or decision-making calculus, right? And the reason is because most in economics, all of the graphs in economics, they are based, their function, their graphs of function. So, whether it's the demand curve or the supply curve or why waiting, these are all functions, and you can input values and see it, you see the different changes. You can find a slope and see, what is a constant change from one point to another. You can do it. So that's why economics students do, because when you do, like, I think economics 404 or 403 or one of them, they do the mathematics of economics, which I think 319. Okay. I think the other one is 03 or 41 or so. I'm not too sure of the course number again, but they actually do those courses. And one of them is econometrics, which is also statistics. They do, I think 319 is either econometrics, either it's introduction to mathematics or economics or something. But they do that, so they have to do they have to take calculus course. But when you are even engineering students, not all of them go that far. Like civil engineering students, I don't think they do beyond calculus 202. I don't think they do differential calculus. But those who do electrical engineering,
you got to do Calc 1, 2. You do linear algebra, differential equation, all that stuff. Yeah.
Equation, because of the circular, the different equations in electrical engineering. They're pure mathematics. I think
so what took you to mathematics? So let me ask you. Because Liberia society, like, growing up, people say, oh, when you do math, you end up being teacher. When you do chemistry, you end up being teacher. So what actually brought you to mathematics?
Well, actually, my intention was not really to do mathematics. When I got admitted at the university, I was actually in the department of chemistry. That's what I was originally admitted for, right? But then when the war came, the department of the science college was open in 1992. Fender was still closed. Was effectively still under Charles Taylor. Okay. So, but then when you do chemistry or physics, you do more math courses. And in the math curriculum, they just have to do like 120 credits to graduate. And the 120 credit, the nature math courses, I think the either 12 courses like that. And by 1990, I've done all the required math courses up to math 3 or 4, which I was left with just 4 math courses to graduate to get a degree in math, right?
Okay.
So then when Fender was closed, they were still doing I think they offer like higher level courses for those who were almost to graduate, and they were using Copart as Brandon, as a blender for whatever chemicals, to heat a test tube and what have you. Right there under the girls' dorm is where they used to do it. No, the boys' dorm, So then I just say, this country is not stable. I just need to get a degree and leave the country. Because one of the things I was a refugee in Ivory Coast. One of the things I got to come back to Liberia was the desire to finish my school and go and leave the country. Because I didn't believe that the war was going to end. I actually did try on the scholarship, and I applied to University of Zimbabwe, to the medical school. And then they wrote me that they don't admit students of national or other country unless you are sponsored, like United Nations, or you got other sponsorship. So, but I needed a letter of admission in order to use that to look for scholarship from UNHCR, because that's what some folks did, right?
Yeah.
So I was starting for admission here and there, trying to leave. I didn't succeed. So actually, I didn't stay when I entered Africa was late 1990 and 1991 by the first returning ship, August 24th. I was on that ship to Monrovia. I was on that first. I remember Joe Wale. There's a guy living in Philadelphia called Bati Topa. We're all No, yeah, but it took was on that ship. No, we returned to Monrovia, and that was August 1991. Then 1992, the university reopened. So I enrolled, and I went quick with my math degree, and I was ready to leave the country. In fact, the first fellowship I applied for was to do masters in normal theory. It was a Dutch scholarship. I wanted to go do normal theory, in mathematics. But then, probably we didn't know. Maybe this time we'll know. Maybe that was AI. Maybe that was fake thing. But many of us want to do graduate studies in mathematics. Some of us apply. And we pay money for it, but it turned out to be fake. I mean,
wow.
nothing really came out of it. I don't want to say maybe fake, but nothing came out of it. Yeah. So as for teaching, I love teaching. I've done all the job. I work for UN in East Timor. I work for Carter Center in Kenya. I work even as a country rep for an NGO based in Silver Spring. They call International Development, or Partner for International Development. I was a country rep in Liberia for 2 years, managing a portfolio of $1.2 million. This guy was a governor of the Central Benin or Samoa.
Samoa, yeah.
Yeah, he was the president of that bank on Broad Street, the former RTC bank.
Yeah, IB
Bank, yeah. So because I have to open an account with him with the CEO in the US signature and my signature, because I could withdraw and then deposit. So yeah, Samoa was the one. I opened the account right in his office because that was a big amount, so we had to deal with the head of the bank. Yeah, I think the account I managed up to like $2 million. We're doing microfinance, giving money out to. Oh yeah, and I was a country rep, and I got a little bit of money on that.
Yeah, the reason I asked you, my uncle, who's like a father figure to me, he's retired now. He's in Georgia. That was a big mojo, man. He graduated from University of Liberia in the early 70s. He did mathematics and physics, but for him, he wanted to be an engineer. So he did mathematics and physics, then came to the US and did another bachelor in engineering, did a master in engineering. So that's why, and most of the guys I know that did mathematics, and most of them did mathematics and physics minor. That was a common thing for most of the guys that I knew that even at University of Liberia and Cotton, and most of them came to the States. They either did computer science, graduate, or they did another engineering degree. So I was wondering, but some people do it with the intention, to be teaching.
I went to the university. You say in Liberia we don't have, I don't want to say good, we don't have counseling services, right?
Yeah.
My real calling was, I just love math. Actually, my real calling was to do engineering. And I was always thinking about, like civil engineering or electrical engineering. In fact, electrical engineering was really my calling because you had the likes of Myean Pierre, who came from St. Mary's, the school I came from, and he was doing electrical engineering. Then you have another guy from St. Mary's too. All of them were in the electrical engineering department. Okay, Augusto Guano. They were all in electrical engineering department. So when I came to the university, I was okay. And the way the projection was that electrical engineering is like the crane to the crane. Those who go there, you must be prepared for the calculus, for the calculator. So I was like, I think this is where I want to go. But then my parents were the one pushing me, into biology, into chemistry and biology. Yeah, that was really. But I just love math. So anything that is calculation is, if I take this book, political book, like if you look around here in my library, you see books from Thomas Sankara, Nkrumah, Mandela, different books I read. Those type of books, like I have books that sometimes some people don't even have it again, like for example, I've traveled with this book all over. this book here. I don't know whether you see the title better.
No,
it's Revolutionary Pressures in Africa. Oh, it's Revolutionary Pressures in Africa, right? It was written by Claude Ake, a Nigerian professor. Okay. And this book actually, yes, I studied mathematics and but this book tells you some of the reason behind some of the numbers, and I love this guy's research. There's another Nigerian guy called Tony Obadina. He used to write for Africa Today. And I follow him. He's a columnist. He writes a lot. And I learned a lot from. So those type of reading can push me, right? But if you give me just ordinary novel to read, I will sleep.
Oh no! I don't read novels.
Once I don't have interest,
I don't read novels. I gotta read. Yeah. I read a lot of. I read a lot of memoirs.
Yeah. I have 3 screens here. 1, 2, 3. I sit here. All I do here, looking, and AI is just taking my time. I don't sleep. Because I'm like looking at different statistical problems. I'm just throwing stuff on my head there in AI. I'm trying to make a problem for AI to think for me. Yeah, I'm learning all kinds of crazy stuff.
Yeah,
it's like you throw in a crazy question at AI, it will try to make sense of it and say, oh, I think this makes sense. And that's what I do.
Trust me.
But I taught school for the record. I've taught more than 10,000 students in Liberia. I taught in Tomalin for 6 years. I taught in LU for I don't know how many years, but definitely more than 6 years. I taught in Maris for more than 6 years. I taught in UMU for 3 years. I taught in Colleton Graduate School for, I think, 3 years. I taught there's a school on bypass, they call it Songo Copper Memorial, elementary and junior high school. I taught that I used to teach there in the night school. I was a night school teacher. So I just been teaching. Then LU, UMU, Maris, Tomea, Salvation Army. Then I used to run like tutorial classes for LU entrance, right? And I was using Tomea school facility to run it. And I was having, on average, like probably 500 students in the program every time I ran it. Because most of my students will go take LU entrance and they'll do well, So I've been around education a lot. Some of the questions you're asking, look, I don't have much knowledge, but I do understand some things that we need to fix about education system to function well. Take, for example, this country we live in, Safa, you have technical knowledge. We need our technical skill base is very weak.
Very much. Very indeed.
It will not leap if we don't develop it better. But the sad thing in Liberia is that all of the ministries, they are more territorial, right? So I share one experience with you. When I was at the Ministry of Labor, under the TVET program, the Technical and Vocational Education Program, it has been like non-existent basically since the Civil War, okay? So the International Labor Organization, as a partner donor to Labor Ministry, came in and we had a meeting with them, and Samuel Kofi was actually asked me to lead on this. So I was leading with the IO on this in most cases. So I went to most of the technical meeting. Say I was supervising the Bureau of Employment. So one of the things we sought to do was, hey, each vocational training school in Liberia had their own curriculum, right? And they recruit their own teacher, with whatever knowledge or background and what have you. So I went to the meeting because there are 3 ministries represented: Youth and Sports, Labor Ministry,
Education.
Yes. Then there are other sector people who come there from outside government as well. So Ministry of Labor made a proposal that, listen, let's upgrade our curriculum. Let's retrain our teachers, and our teachers should meet the same certification standard that we want to set. If we want to do tier 1 training that is up to international standard, if this person is an auto mechanic and has got tier 1 training, that means you take a standard test. If you go to Ghana, where your certificate is valid because you got tier 1 certificate, right? If you go to the United States, you go anywhere, you can work, okay? Your certificate is like that. So this was the proposal. So the International Labour Organization have worked in Ethiopia. You know, Ethiopia had a very strong TVET program. This is why almost every development team in Ethiopia, including the biggest dam, the bill, so Ethiopia, no foreign consulting, because they have the technical skill. This guy is of retired international staff who work in Ethiopia on behalf of the International Labour Organization. So they propose that we can bring this guy, he has retired now, to Liberia. He will help to upgrade, and he can train the trainer here, and we subject them to the same testing. If they pass it, we certificate them. Then they will now go to Maryland, to Nimba, to all the counties to serve as TVET trainer in those schools. And they too can recruit other teachers and train them up to that standard. World Bank was putting $4.5 million at the time. But man, we are not like, okay, we're part of it, but we're not a sector ministry. We don't, so the training program is housed at the Ministry of Defense. Education basically just gave the certificate, right? So this territorial thing, you're supposed to try to claim it. That, oh, it's our this, it's our that, it's our that, because they hear the World Bank team with all kind of consulting coming, which you're not even getting money. A lot of people go to consulting. And it's funny. And I remember the last day I was at that meeting, was somewhere November 2011. I think Mona Tape was the minister at the time, but she was a Tape. I'm not sure the first name. She was a minister. And I said to her, Madam Minister, this is my last meeting, I'm leaving. I'll be leaving the government if President Salih wins it. Well, if I were after the second round, I said, I don't intend to be part of the second term. I'll be leaving. But I'm not happy with the way things have gone. We've been on this developing TVET strategy for years now. It can't end. And the $4.5 million consulting upon consulting coming, it going down. I want to make a bold prediction here. I will come back in this country. I'm going away to the US. When I come back, Minister of Youth and Sport will still be talking about TVET strategy. Because I think this is all we're doing. And surely, when I returned in 2015, late 2015, I actually went to the Ministry of Youth and Sports. You were still talking about TVET strategy, even though they have some training activities going on. But that money,
I got to run. I'll be right back in about 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Hey, Tomalin, I'll be right back.
Myself, I have to leave. Tomalin is going to take his dev news.
Yeah, I'll see you, man. I gotta go.
Oh,
I gotta go. See you. Yeah.
Yes. So tell me what happened. Now on the show.
Kehleboe, tomorrow, let me be a Dopoh Valley, okay?
Dopoh Valley?
Dopoh Valley, Dopoh Valley.
I'll go play tennis. What time you
after that, Dopoh Valley, let me there lunchtime.
I'll go play tennis in the morning.
They dev news bothering me, man. I gotta.
I'll call me off.
I'll call you.
Call me. Let me know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I'll call you.
Is that somebody think I'm?
Everybody know the person, man. I'll call you later.
Yeah, but tell me, you got my heart beating, man.
No. Yeah, but that, I mean, all with that, but the one is touching me. Anyway,
yeah,
I'll call you.
True.
Let me finish what I'm doing. I'll call you, man. Okay, people. Good night. Have a happy weekend, guys. Thank you, everybody.
disappointment. Now the vice president often tell me, since he got a seat as vice president, how many persons have I recommended in this government to serve in the government as presidential appointee? 0. Every appointment in Nimba County was done by him. He and I would discuss something as a brother. To implement it, you will bypass me and do different things. I better keep it. I don't talk on it.
Now you need to deceive us. The thing we saw, it frustrate us. So why can't you lie? Why can't you steal? Why can't you allow the citizens to be? You see, we just tell you that why we vote tell you. But you fool us, you screw us, you use us and later on abuse us. So why? The government makes you lie. Why? But that the question that we ask.
The good person in our whole United Party that President Bouaka. You want to say that again? The only person that appreciate good among all the United Party for that President Bouaka. The rest are ungrateful. The right, they use you and dumb you. But President Bouaka, if all of them were thinking the President Bouaka and behaving the President Bouaka, United Party will have another chance in 2029. Just for now, they do not regard people that help them.
Of our soldiers were executed on this party ground. 2 at the back and 1 right at the headquarters. The man who shot and killed our people today is a darling boy in the Liberian National Police. They brought him back to shoot more guns. Get ready to shoot. Because we challenge the status quo appropriately. Inform them in the violence or any student because of their action. It will be the day the entire Bouaka administration will cut down. We will massively violate the students in this country and we'll shut down the Bouaka administration. The day that happens, we have the capability to do so. And if they think this renovation project is a joke, let them try it. The fall of the Bouaka administration begins with this. If they think they will tumble on any student in this country or at the university like going and work away with impunity, while our children saving opponents and lottery in the Western world, while we are subjected to agile power and bad learning conditions here, and the thing will say. In
the first 100 days, no car will get stuck on a major road in this country. And I mean it.
It's going down. First floor. There you have it.
That led to decades of war still run deep. But so too does the longing for reconciliation. A reconciliation defined not by political bargaining or by an artificial balance of power by tribe, region, religion, or ethnicity, but by the equality of opportunity and a better future for all Liberians.
Bouaka can lie. The government, all the ministers in the government, they can lie. They put all hustler, they put a hustler, they lie. Everything they say, they never say the truth.
Today, the supporters of His Excellency Joseph Bouaka presents him as a poor man from Lofa, and I said that he will understand the plight of the poor people. Fellow Liberians, do not be fooled. Vice President Bouaka is not poor like you, not even as me. As Vice President, his office received more money from the government budget than any other Vice President has received in Liberia's history. He has enjoyed some of the best and most lucrative government jobs.
First of all, there's this, what I call sort of vicious lie about the fact that Mr. Pewee is gay or bring gay lifestyle to Liberia. It's complete bullshit. When people can accuse you of stealing people's money, when they can accuse you of being involved in war, anything, people don't make up stuff. They don't make up shit. Excuse my language, right? So it's complete nonsense. I'm married, 8 Teresa, 2 children, 5 grandchildren. I believe in traditional family values, so it's complete bullshit, complete nonsense.
Young man, vice president, young man that are vice president, the major stole 500,000. I mean, Jamaica, the major went to I forget that Jamaica. The majors went to Ghana, the fit, and they may bring it all company in the country. I mean, Kun can reach yourself. Kun man, you know, Kun, but I want to sophisticated, quiet, hardcore rule in Labro. But I remember when
2029 come and pass, then you finally leave. Mission is completed. Now, what the rules of engagement? When the war ended, the guy said, the captain, the commander said, mission complete. There wounded Alphas, all men on board.
Everywhere there is no school, I'll put school. And everywhere there is school and school in bad condition, I'll renovate it. I told them, towns and villages, everywhere you will have lights in a town for children to play and people to see. I told them, every town will have safe drinking water.
If Charles Taylor is the problem, he will be out of here in the twinkle of an eye. And I say, let well-meaning Liberians come home. If we respect this constitution, a government formed in Accra is a violation of Article 1 of the Constitution. Let them come home. Let that government be formed in Monrovia. Government that capital road, small there, road, B road, all kinds of place. I think the reason Joseph Baka will not do much because the old man, the papa is suffering. The papa loves the country, but he can't make it. The criminal there around him, they sophisticated than him. They are sophisticated criminals, so they can't make it.
Your league Costa, God knows how to pay people. It's just simple. Costa that accused everybody but himself. Everybody, Joe, we join, we accuse Joe, he killed Joseph Baka. Baka still living. Joe, no, you leave better. He made me senator. He almost made Joseph Baka president until he screwed up. We gave God the glory. Yeah. Well, Baka, when he screwed, he said, oh, we don't want to make sure we fought for him to be reconciled with the president. And then the people who fought for him. Look, you Costa, you come. And Costa was in a podcast, he said, they don't been calling me? Okay. The time you were calling me for me to kind of Bwaga, did I put it on radio? That immaturity to do what you're talking about.
And I guarantee you, when we finish, there will not be a winner or the loser. Today we all wear the jersey of Liberia, and the victory belongs to the people, to the peace, and to our democracy. As we begin to build upon the foundation of this new Liberia, I, George Seleke Kromah, the new president, will first give thanks and praises to the Almighty God for the blessing He has bestowed upon our country. And I say, my people, thank you,
We elect on 85 irresponsible men what happened to our country. We elect on 85 irresponsible men to govern this country, not to be very irresponsible.